You know, I could probably unmute while I do this. But yeah, War Thunder decided to surprise me with an update. But hello, welcome. I might have an extra surprise that some of you may be aware of. Yeah, if I was downloading this on anything else, it would probably be done. But because it's on the PlayStation, it's having to copy. So, we get to listen to Master Boot record in the meantime. But anyways, how's everybody doing? I hope you're all doing well. Squidge! Hello, Squidge! And that's the thing, Crimson. The mic is not required. It is all like a comfy thing, whichever you are most comfortable with. Hello, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate that minute. That's good to hear, Momentary. Good. That's fair. Me get everything finished setting up. Just got a couple more links to send, and I think that will be everything set. Also, this might be one of my favorite albums. Oh, well, there, I see a Tipsy. There's a Tipsy. Hello, Tipsy. Welcome. Which reminds me, I need to do something real quick. grab this real quick, like. There we go. Now, thank you for the alert, Tipsy. Now, I'm gonna do those. So enjoy the master boot record while this continues to copy, and I set things up. Here we go. Whew. Good way to get the heart rate going. Kraken! Hello! How are you? I'm also, like, making something real quick, so don't mind me. Oh, I see something has been redeemed. Thank you for the hydrate, Squidge. Soon. Making one thing. There we go. Now I can edit the rest of that for later. We will have a tank full of chaos today. It's a Faye. Hello, Faye. Oh no. Well, Faye, you'll be happy to know. Only mods and myself can use that now. I set the bot command. E. As soon as this finishes and I can actually like launch the game, I will announce the thing that some of you might know already. About that Kraken. See, that's what I was just about to, just about to bring up. The surprise today is that I made the Discord. Well, I fixed the Discord where it's functional. So let me actually do this. I can do this. There you go. It exists. Thank you for the posture check, Tipsy. Also, hope you're driving safely. Oh, sweet. It's ready to install. There we go. Now I just gotta connect it. And then I can switch over to, the game scene. There we go. Now I can stop that for the time being. I might have to, like, close that and then reopen it. So let me do that, because I know it does this from time to time. Music kind of good though. Me having to redo the window capture thing. It's fine. We can do it live. There we go. Okay, everything's good. We did it. Ah, sweet. That whole update was a bug fix. So, now that everything is started, I'm gonna be playing War Thunder today, and probably exploding a lot. And the surprise is that I have a functional Discord server now. So, it's gonna be easier to know when I'm streaming, in case Twitch notifications are a little wonky and don't necessarily let you know. So, before I forget, let me do a couple more things. I think that should be it for now. There we go. Look at my two little tanks. The real explosions are the friends we made along the way. You know? Accurate. Now, I should preface the Discord server is an initial setup thing right now, but since it was asked, I was like, you know what? You got a point. This is actually what I've been using to do my reactive images this whole time. I've just been using like the voice channel in this server for all of my streams. I was just like, you know, I should actually like build on it and use it instead of just have it sitting there doing nothing. So yeah, I thought I would start by chucking the invite out to those of you that are here, like the regulars and some friendos. Which reminds me, I know I have one here. There. I think that's got everything caught up for now. So yeah, I do intend on using this a bit more frequently. So like set up a few things for like precautionary stuff. You know, I spent like most of yesterday, since I couldn't stream, setting it up and getting the permissions correct. So hopefully everything works right. And I also hope like I'm just happy to be here. Thank you for the follow. That reminds me, I forgot to turn those up. They will be turned up for next. You heard it this time. Nice. Well, that's good. As long as it's like audible. Hello, welcome. I hope you're doing well today. I'm like, I'm gonna be honest. I love the recorded messages that I have for that. It's really good. Which also reminds me, there is a certain someone that I need to hit with a link before I forget. I must find. Oh, thank you for the posture check and the hydrate, Sarge. I appreciate that. I'm not gonna lie. Since I've added those redeems to the stream, basically, I'm saying essentially, since becoming an affiliate, my back has felt amazing. Oh, sweet! Welcome! That's cool. We like seeing friends here. Oh, but believe me, Sarge, I am going to be in the backpack today. Probably. More than likely, I'm going to be in the backpack today. The same song. Hello, Rogue. Yes. Well, I'm gonna be very comfy in the backpack. Let's open this over here. Well, not necessarily, because I do actually have a few things over here in the Russian zone. I think I actually have more planes, maybe. Yeah, I do. Forgot I got that. Because I've played War Thunder on the Xbox, I played War Thunder on the PlayStation, and I played War Thunder on PC. So I technically have 3 different accounts. I've played on and off. I played during the little like beta thing they had when they first like started messing around with ships. That was wild. Ideally, though, I would very much like to get into this at some point. Yeah, like most of my accounts, I don't have a whole lot aside from the planes, so it's like I don't necessarily mind starting again. Oh yeah, I know it's not that good because it's basically it's just a Sherman with a 105. I just love the designs of these. They're really cool. Just love these. Gotcha, Squidge. Appreciate seeing you, by the way. Sarge. You know, that's fair. Honestly, that's fair. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was like, what was it I was doing again? Oh yeah, it's the 38 TA. That's what I was doing. I was either gonna do that or for the memes go over to the Japanese and get the Horo. Just because the Horo is, it's just funny. Oh yeah. And that's kind of what I was like thinking is gonna do Crimson. I might play the Japanese just to be just to enjoy this. Oh, that is right. I have a reserve key knee. Oh yeah, the good old freedom dispensers. Gotta love them. I wish I was using a mouse and keyboard. Unfortunately, I have one of those things currently. It's gonna be fine. I'm just gonna fire both guns at the same time. It'll be perfectly fine. Nothing bad will happen. I swear. There we go. Alright. Let's see. It's showing it on screen, but not really. Oh dear. Hold on. I have an idea. Nope, that is definitely not the play. Oh, that's why. Okay. There we go. And now here's the fun thing. Yep, you can hop on, and I can show you the thing that I set up, which I'm really happy with, and I hope that it works. Is this technically a live test of my work? Yeah, hop in general, and I'll see if this works.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, fantastic.
I set it up right.
Yes. Channel.
That's the only thing I was like super concerned about with the Discord setup. Did I set the permissions right?
Yeah, it was invisible.
Exactly.
That's fantastic.
I'm-
Is Squishy Clef coming as well?
That's what I was wondering. Because I sent Cliff the invite a little bit ago.
Hmm. Let me check just in case you might not be online at the moment. Yeah, he's not online at the moment.
Fair.
And unfortunately, I don't have his number, so.
That is fair. Now I'm getting ready to remember everything.
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot help you with the controller. I don't know the buttons.
Well, I set that up when I reinstalled this because I was like, I'm not playing with these default controls. Because I'm pretty sure 2, maybe 3 things were unmapped.
As usual.
Yep. I was like, yeah, no, let's not do that. Ah,
I want to rush A, apparently.
probably.
I was having some fun with the ships last night. They
I-
completely changed.
That's what I was wondering, if they'd actually updated the ships a little bit.
Yeah, they changed how you aim with the destroyers.
Huh.
Now it gives you a reticle where the bullet drops, not where you're aiming directly. It's like a mortar, for example. Yeah, of course.
I forgot how weirdly designed that tank was. Since it's, I think it's technically supposed to be amphibious.
It's supposed to.
Supposed to is the key word.
Exactly. I mean, it's mainly a giant target. Let's not stop on the details.
You just slowly reverse away from that spot.
Yeah, I was asking to die. Basically.
There's the T-26. Welcome back, Squidge.
Welcome back, Squid.
We don't have the advantage anymore.
They are really artillery happy right now. I have noticed.
Well, they always are.
You know, that's fair.
Even more so in realistic mode.
Oh, I can imagine.
Right from the start. For whatever reason. Let's see if I can capture B. Otherwise, it's just gonna lose.
Yeah. I did notice that the entire team is over here and not over there.
He's 6 there.
Well, now slowly relocate. I see where the T60 was.
Yeah, so it's just a little bit too late.
Oh, there went my gunner a second time. Ow. Please tell me. Okay, I was about to say, please tell me that I got killed by the plane. No. He headshot my driver.
Right across the map.
That is a great question, Momentary.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
Also, not gonna lie, this map kind of reminds me of the updated like PC version of Pilsen on World of Tanks.
There are a few maps that I actually have found quite similar.
I think that's intentional.
Yeah, most likely.
Just hear the sound of a yak too.
Japanese tanks are just so fun to watch. I tried playing them a couple of times yesterday, but I was shooting peanuts.
Yeah, that's what a lot of the early ones are.
I didn't feel as powerless with the German, to be honest.
But yeah, no, the Germans actually have pretty respectable guns. Oh hey, actually got a kill.
Nice.
Wishful thinking trying to shoot down a yak with the main cannon. We'll say at least these little tanks are relatively quick.
So that they're actually quite quick, but like I said, unfortunately they really do shoot peanuts.
They do. I think
It's hard to take down somebody with them.
if I remember correctly, I feel like this. What is this one like? 37 maybe at most.
We'll check right away.
It's a very small gun.
You're playing the Hago?
Yeah.
Yeah, 37.
I thought that sounded right.
The GoPro instead goes with the 57, which is a little bit more hefty, but still.
Relatively
Ammo
small
isn't
gun.
really- Yeah, but the ammo isn't really the best, to be honest.
Yeah. And then you run into something like the Panzer III up there that more than likely has a 75. It either has a 57 or it has the 75 howitzer. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check, Kraken. Appreciate that.
The Panther 3 has the 50 or the 37, depends on the model.
Yeah, not too bad. It also has a lot more armor,
Yes.
relatively speaking.
Yes, that it does.
I am
Oh.
surprised that I did not get shot.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
That one did, though.
There goes the artillery again. Ooh. Somebody got shot through the munitions.
I got stopped by a bin.
Yes.
Just a paper tank being a paper tank.
Even the game knows that the Japanese
Uh-oh.
reserves are trash.
Oh no.
The enemy is winning. We've got to counterattack.
I see a problem.
No, they always are behind the corner.
Yep. The problem, though, being... I think it
Fair
actually
enough.
has armor.
Yeah, I think it does. And we just realized that and decided.
The enemy has most of the strategic
Oh, hey.
Oh, you can shoot the back.
I disabled it long enough
Nice.
to not die. Just a little low.
We've lost. But
Ow.
next time, victory will be ours.
I was bailed out by the game. Now I can do that hydrate and posture check.
Do them as well so that way I don't forget, which I usually do.
Oh, I definitely do. Without the redeems, I definitely do.
Especially when I try to shoot long range, I end up in the same position of a shrimp.
Yep. Give me the engine. I will take that engine.
Didn't do nearly enough.
There we go. Now, maybe I can kill more than one tank.
Maybe in just a bit less bullets.
Yeah, maybe I can kill 1.5 tanks.
A tank and a half. Yeah.
Yeah. So, one of the Russian tanks. Potentially.
I think the British are quite soft as well.
Yeah. British are fairly soft. And what I'm going off of, Squid, is either I kill a tank and then like half of another tank's crew, or just one Soviet tank. I would consider one Soviet tank a tank and a half. Just from encounters with the T-34.
Don't please. It's becoming like this. I'm having nightmares with people.
The Stalinium activates.
My god.
I love how ridiculous the T-34s are. They either die right away by exploding, or you just can't kill them. There's
The
no in
ammunition is
between.
underneath. Yes, and then ammunition is underneath, so it's not even a matter of shooting.
Yep. You know, that's fair, Squid.
Enemy forces have captured the zone.
It's keeping that British tank track. Oh, did I set it on fire?
I am so soft. Need to be more careful.
Uh-oh.
We're losing.
I want to move over here and help this Panzer, but at the same time, I know the minute I get close, I'm just gonna die.
I'm right behind you.
Or I can kill the British tank. That works too.
Oh, see, we were talking about how soft were the British.
I shot it right through the commander's hatch. It's like, I would say it's definitely like way more realistic than World of Tanks.
Allied forces have captured a zone. Enemy forces
Oh
have
yes,
captured a zone.
definitely. It does have its own.
It still has like some funky moments because I think it's still technically running on a flight sim engine, but
Yeah,
it feels better than the last time that I played it.
Forces have captured a zone.
I spent all afternoon without the possibility to play yesterday. Every single shot, just the first one. Yeah, the loader is unconscious. Okay.
Sounds about right.
I got shot in the ass. Yeah, the loader is unconscious. Oh, okay.
It's like, I didn't know
Yes.
the loader was in the back.
Exactly.
That's good to know for future reference. Oh. Just playing the waiting game, waiting for a Tetrarch to pop through a doorway. Or to be artillery. That
Okay, the M2A4 went down. I'll try to copy.
Oh, that's the control scheme that I have. Okay. That seems about right. Ow. that was like a double terrible situation. I was like, you know what? I'll play as a plane for a little bit. Spawn in immediately, get shot down.
Sounds about right.
Load back
I
into the
give up on
tank.
playing it.
I loaded back into the tank and got hit by artillery.
Yeah, they dropped a bomb on me. Like, I don't want to see what you were doing, and I found myself there.
Am I gonna get spawn killed immediately again? Almost. There've been 2 deaths to a plane in rapid succession.
I was about to say, I just kept the spot. You can take me later, but somebody had different plans for me.
Oh. I was gonna shoot at that. I will try to shoot at that, though.
I might try to flank with the artillery. It's a thankless job, but at least somebody has to do it.
That is accurate. Oh. Well, okay. Please tell me that. Yep. Please, I was like, please tell me that shell at least exploded and killed the entirety of my crew. I would have been very sad if that would have just hit all of them without being a shrapnel-oriented shell.
Yeah, especially since it's very common.
Oh yeah.
The shell explodes on the ground 3 meters behind you, and yeah, it's dead.
Like, oh.
How did you die? I think heart attack, I'm sorry.
I think the funniest ones that I've seen are the ones where you just get completely missed, but the shockwave is enough to kill the crew.
Yeah, that makes no good sense. Like, I mean, it does, but just...
Like, it
Depending-
does, but it doesn't make it any less irritating.
Yes, exactly. I mean, at least hit me if you have to kill me. But then...
Oh, there went that roof. What the? I don't know what the plan was there, but I don't think it worked.
I mean, it was a plan, but... He was trying to park, maybe?
That bomber I don't think pulled up in time. Oh, there's the tank that killed me. It's sitting there on fire. I'm not gonna make that turn. He's calling the business an oops. Well, there went another plane that tried to kill me and slammed into the ground. Oh, hey, you gave me a medal. I'll take a medal for a plane failing to dive bomb me.
I think I might have for doing absolutely nothing. I didn't think... The medal system is really weak.
Hey, I blew up his ammo.
Nice.
I think I hit the goal of a tank and a half.
I mean, you got 2, right?
Wait, did I actually kill 2?
Yeah, I think one was British, and then this last one.
Oh yeah, I actually I overachieved. I got I got 2 kills. We're doing it. Oh wait, I got 2 kills and an assist. I'll take it. I like that almost fully researched 2 parts. I'll take that. Also, I like that I'm doing all this literally just to research the tank destroyer. Just because it's funny.
Japanese tanks are really, really, really weird. All of them.
It's true.
And the names, some of them are so fun. I know they were serious, like generals and whatnot, but some of the Japanese tanks are so funny to read.
Like, I find the first tank destroyer the funniest because it's just like, you know what? All of these other tanks have really small guns. The tank destroyer, a 155. For reasons.
The German as well, they have the SLG 150 as
Yay.
well, which was basically a mortar on a
Yep.
couple of wheels, basically.
I love just how ridiculous some of the designs are. Where it's just like, oh, we'll just stick this large howitzer on it. It'll be fine. Unfortunately, large howitzer also means no armor.
You don't need armor once you're everybody.
Just don't
You
get
can,
shot.
Yeah, exactly. It's easy. Don't get shot.
Yeah, it's
Dodge the shells.
yeah. just play advanced dodgeball. You'll be fine. High stakes dodgeball.
You gotta believe.
Yeah,
You need to believe. Just like the one.
just bend the bullets. Just bend them around the tank.
Enemy forces have captured a zone. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I hear the sound of something that sounds like a flat gun.
Yes, it's next to me. I think it's the.
Just chunking away. Something.
it's just that. I use that as a shield. There's too many people on the other side.
That's gonna be kind of intimidating. Depending on what's over there.
Forces have captured a zone.
A Goko, an M8, and I lost the third one.
I suppose it would help if I wasn't driving into the container in front of me.
Allied forces have captured a zone. The enemy's getting closer to victory.
Nice.
Sweet, they're dead.
The M8 is still alive, but it's not quite healthy.
I also don't know why I was trying to bust through the fence there.
There's also a Tetrarch that is coming. I think I shot down the driver. Not the Tetrarch.
Like how I'm shooting at the M8 through the burned out wreck of the flat gun.
Tetrarch destroyed. I might rush down the M8 before it recovers.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
I just realized there was a tank behind me that entire time.
M8 is done, and I'm almost dead.
Uh-oh.
Almost is the keyword. I'm still alive for now.
That driver is very dead. Hey, I killed a tank. Did it.
Answer 3 now is shooting at me. He's almost dead. About 4 out of the 5 crew members are down.
Ow. I think my ammunition got detonated. Oh.
No.
Oh. Oh.
And
Ah.
Panzer 3 destroyed. I'll
I-
be joining you again because I'm scared to stay here alone. Oh, no, somebody else is shooting at me again.
I see what happened. That was a heat chill. I understand.
Captured a zone.
And I'm dead. I tried running, but
There,
No
there
idea.
was no running.
yeah, there was no running. My cheeks were getting hot. Too many tanks.
I got stopped by some guardrails.
My arch enemy.
Which means that these concrete dividers will absolutely stop me. When the tank is light enough that you have to drive around obstacles.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Yeah, there is a set down. When the obstacle decide to fight back.
Right?
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Oh yes, with the cars just shattering the glass. Like a paper test. That's so fun to watch.
Ooh. There's a tank this way. Part of me is hoping that that Spitfire just like clips something on the way back around, but I don't think it's going to.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Behind us. There's a Petrash.
I'm so dead. Or not?
No, I'm dead. He just, you know, why not? A 7mm on the back. Oh, he shot my gun into the balls. Oh, there must be something.
I don't believe it. I actually killed a Panzer.
Oh, that was nice.
I don't want to go over there. There's a lot of bombs.
I'm sorry.
Ow! The bomb blew up over there. Why did it damage my fuel?
Psychic damage.
I guess so.
The enemy is winning.
I don't even think I was in the blast radius.
Allied forces have captured
Oh, but I forgot to say, I'm gonna steal your quote and say that I'm happy to be here, to be honest.
Well, I am too. Beat me to it. How did I... You know what? I'm not gonna question it. I'm not gonna question how I bounced off the back of that. Just gonna accept it.
I mean, the Panzer III is thick, so, you know.
That is true.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
There are so many dead tanks here.
Yes, this section is thankful. I'm not gonna stop, you know that I'm not gonna stop.
I know. It's part of the experience. Eventually, I'll get the self-propelled gun. And then I just have to not get shot.
Oh, I just realized the M8 is the 75 howitzer. I should have gone for that, to be honest.
I always forget that it has that.
And for some reason, the Americans only have 2 reserves instead of 3, so I need to be more careful.
Oof. Know the feeling.
But it's sad to be careful when you're playing with a Lego-made tank, to be honest.
That is fair.
Almost everybody's going A. Oh, I remember this map.
Oh! I remember this map. I don't know why I'm continuing to go to A. Engage the slowest reverse speed in the world.
Yeah.
It's faster to just turn around.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you sure you wanna try to push that? I mean, you can always shoot them down, to be honest. You should have a lot of rounds. Yeah, you've got it.
That is true. I have, yeah. I have 84 currently.
Allied forces captured a zone.
Oh,
It didn't go as planned. I was hoping to jump over the fence, but
it didn't look like it wanted to leave the ground.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Ooh, that's a fair few tanks.
yeah, this is scary. I think
I think I'm dead.
Oh no, no, no.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely dead.
Oh, no, 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 no. Ow, ow, ow. I think I'm dead as well.
Am I alive? I don't know how I'm alive right now, but
The PT-7 kept shooting me through the walls, so I'm dead. Yay!
I'm not in good shape, but somehow I'm alive. I'm not sure which member is dead, but they're very much dead. Also, I'm pretty sure the transmission is absolutely a goner.
You don't need the transmission anyway.
Just need to
I'm
go
coming
forward.
to help for the repairs. Yes, exactly. Go forward and shoot things. Okay, and yeah, forward.
Woo. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, he put so much emphasis on the thank you.
You did?
he really likes thanks, huh?
It's almost like the command. Well, actually, it's nothing like the commander VAs on Tanks console where they sound like they're like dead inside and they've been paid like 2 cents to say the line.
Hey, you across the street, come here. I need some records.
We captured most of the strategic zones.
It's probably accurate. Oh, if I'm being honest, it's probably accurate.
Victory is close.
It's a golden opportunity for you. You can thank me later.
There's a BT5. There was a BT5.
Yeah, I was about to say there was, and I'm stuck. Okay, I'm fixed. This thing is still massive.
It's a land boat. Also, the amount of machine guns on that is very appropriately American.
It still helps dispensing freedom.
Yeah,
Somebody just
the
twist out of the wall.
the M2 freedom dispenser. Everything is just covered with M2 rounds.
I think I shut down his engine on the 326.
I didn't pin the turret. There's a T-70.
Don't, yes, there's a PT-5.
There's a T-70 that just shot me on the move.
Oh my god. No, leave me alone. Did he die himself by himself? He suicided.
He just blew
He
himself.
shot my ass. Yes, he shot my ass, and the bullet killed him.
He just ricocheted back into himself. I love that. It's great. That's one of the things that I like about War Thunder. It's just the amount of ridiculous shit that happens. That and
Oh,
every
yeah,
time you play
absolutely.
tanks, there's always someone that slams a plane into the ground.
I was so sure that I was there, then I turned around and he's the one that exploded. Basically.
It worked out. Right, Squid? Just outplay the other tank by being ridiculously thick. Exactly, Aiko. We do a little chaos. Oh, yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting these menus. If I rotate the controller, it moves the menu. Because for some reason with the PS4 controller, it has a gyroscope in it. Oh, sweet.
Yeah, here comes me and my non-existent knowledge of the American ammo system. M74B1 or M51B1? The answer is I have no idea. Let's see.
Well,
PP,
'cause I keep
APCBC.
forgetting.
No, okay. Yeah, APCBC is fine.
I forgot what they even had. Oh. Ah. The coffin. I forgot that's a 2.3.
Oh yes, 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 yes.
The
You never
M3
see it around.
Lee.
Yes, you never see the Lee around. Nobody plays it. Almost nobody plays it.
It's probably for good reason.
I wonder why.
But it's a very big, it's very flat, and there's 7 crew members in it.
That's basically that's a bus. That's a bus.
Exactly. Or as they like to call it, the coffin for 7 brothers.
Lucky 7?
Yeah. Good old M3 Lee. Like, let's make a medium tank that doesn't have a turret. That will work. It did not work. It did not work. The Sherman, however, the Sherman worked. Not much better, but it had a turret.
It was a missing parts at least.
Yeah. Like, how to make the tank better, give it a turret. I also just
have an
realized there's a
idea.
body of water there.
Yes. I have an idea. Let's drink without the cup.
Allied forces have captured the zone.
I so wanna try if I'm actually an amphibious, but I don't wanna risk honestly don't wanna risk it.
Right?
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Oh, there's an empty. Oh, there was.
There
an
there
M13 and stuff.
there was.
There was.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
He just for some reason decided that was where it needed to stop. Also, if I was in anything else, I would have attempted it and probably failed miserably to get across that.
It should be low level to be honest, but you're so
Should
small, I don't wanna
be.
risk it. Yeah, you're so small, I don't wanna risk it.
It's like drive in there and there is a chance the engine could say no.
Yeah, it's half my height, so yeah, I did not risk it. Oh no, 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 I cannot go get the cup now.
Well, uh, I think
Well, I'm a fish now.
I think you have you've done the science. Unintentionally done the science.
Oh, the tank is clean. That's a plus.
There is an absence of dirt on it now. How did that not? Okay, I've hit the same spot twice. Let's see. There we go. One of those was bound to kill it. Also do not want to be exactly where I am, because that is their spawn.
And somebody's coming for us. I think it's the guy you just killed that is coming for revenge.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Where was the Panzer IIIe at? Fair enough. Hello, Newly. Welcome.
I did take him down, but I'm left alone against 5 because I think you exploded, unfortunately, and I'm a bit
Yeah.
chunky to hide. And there's another shot. No, I think I'll take the dive bomb, and hopefully I'm not gonna die in the next couple of seconds.
I mean, assuming they don't pay attention.
Oh no, they are shooting at me constantly. That's the fun part.
Ah, you
That's
you have
the fun part.
achieved the best part of War Thunder.
I'm still alive and in the tank. The plane. I think I'm gonna explode. At least my tank already did. Oh no, my tank is still up. Oh, I'm gonna just dive bomb the shit out of them.
The best part. I just realized that I don't think my gun has the penetration at this range.
I just
Oh.
destroyed the guy in front of me. Fantastic. Let me repair. Oh, they were still shooting at me.
They were shooting at you the whole time?
Yes! And I'm still alive. Somehow.
You have ascended to the levels of T-34. Let's see if I can get closer to these tanks and actually have a chance of going through the armor. I don't think my gun can go through a Panzer IIIF.
So a plane exploded far away, and a shrapnel just decided to throw a palm in my face. Now I cannot see what I'm aiming. And I died. Oh well.
Let's go ahead and do that. Oh.
Oh no.
It's 2 ricochets. That didn't go through. Ha! Oh, they actually pinned with an MG. Oh no. That wasn't an MG. See how this goes. I've noticed that, oh,
E28 just decided to say, yeah, no, fuck you.
the
In particular,
the T-28 decided to do very, Soviet tank things.
yes, exactly. I was about to say. Everywhere I was in was green, but yeah, target undamaged for some reason.
That's a lot of tanks. That's a lot of tanks over that ridge. I don't think I'm gonna pop over the ridge.
They must have gave
I
them
think I just
something
took out
really
that
good.
plane. I think I just took out that plane. Or at least
mean-
damaged it.
You gave them another exit, so I think you did take a.
I killed the
take it out.
plane. I have killed the plane. Don't worry, I did it. I hope that was the gunner.
You can say it to them. You can take me later.
Exactly. Oh. There's the T-28. I love the fact that the T-28 just, the T-28 just literally just rolled around the corner and was like, nope, your game is over. Also, I just realized I called it a T-28 and it's a T-26. My inner tank nerd is killing me.
We have a very smart anti member. The guards, they said that just to take a swim while we were shooting planes. He was so focused on taking down the plane that he went for a swim.
Love that. It's good.
I thought you were still alive, sorry.
Oh, it's all good. I thought I was still alive for a second until the T-26 that killed you appeared. It literally just drove around the corner and looked at me for a second while I was reloading.
It did the same to me. It was in the middle of people. Like it was nobody's business.
I was like, oh no. Not now of all times. And then it decided that my my free trial of existence has expired.
As they usually do, the moment you see them, or the moment they see you, actually.
They notice your existence and they're just like, nope. Not today.
We don't do that here.
Yep. Not allowed.
Okay, where are we going? A, B,
Yeah,
C?
you're gonna go A first, or at least try to.
Let's try to reach this spot alive. Oh, especially on this map, we should be. Oh, we've got team members here having some fun.
They're doing something.
Some sort of tank mating ritual, I think.
I like that we were going the same direction with that. That's exactly what it looked like.
Yes.
Already see the other tanks. That's Panzer IV-C.
Enemy forces have captured a zone. Allied forces have captured a zone.
I think that has a particularly scary gun. If I'm thinking of the right tank. Oh, well.
I think he has the 50 mil, the 4C, but I'm not sure.
There's another T-26. I'm out of here. I'm in reposition.
Just,
Oh, I leave, thank you.
flashbacks. Oh, it just hit the MG. Okay, I'm not super fussed about the MG being damaged.
Most of the zones are under control.
I see the T-26. It is approaching.
I'm coming for backup because I need to remove myself from this angle.
Ow! There's the Panzer IV. And artillery fire. I'm gonna drop behind here and take care of that while I'm sitting here. Let the artillery shells do its thing. Uh-oh.
I just got shot.
Yeah, there's an A-13 right there. I don't know where he came from, but it's definitely dead now, though.
Yeah.
More artillery fire. Relocate real quick. Uh-oh.
T-26 down.
There's an Su-5 back there, and I
He's gonna
don't.
Gunner. His gunner is down. And
Okay.
the loader as well. And now it's dead.
I think I've
Come on behind us.
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
there's a
yeah.
BT-5. Where did the BT-5 hit me? Hello, Finny. And yes, Crimson is with me today.
Hi, Finny. It is I. I'm dead.
I can say that on the bright side, at the very least, I deleted an A-13.
I mean, we did some work doing that corner, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of, there was, oh, T-26, come on. I'm taking the dive bomber. There were a lot of people that tried to push, so we managed to...
I killed the
hold them off.
T-26.
Nice.
Felt good after the last game.
Oh, absolutely, it does, every single time.
We're controlling most of the zones.
So many dead tanks in front of me.
Oh, did it happen again? Oh, I cannot believe I deployed a bomb and I killed. And
There
it
is so much fire around me right now. There's also a fuselage over here.
Panzer 3 that was next to you is now dead.
Nice.
You can thank me later. There's an M3.
I am currently in the air and trying to remember what control scheme I have, which is not going well.
Our victory is near.
I got a kill assist on something though.
The M3. Six ammo. So many.
Nope, that is not the that is not the correct angle. Ah, sweet, I'm still alive. Even though there's an Italian tank directly in front of me.
Me and someone else tried to cover you as much as possible.
Appreciate that. I don't know why the Italian tank didn't see nor spot, well, nor shoot at me. Oh, 5. Hit its engine.
And I destroyed it.
Uh-oh, something in front of me.
T-26 on your left, I think.
Panzer 35. I actually don't know how it hasn't killed me.
T-26 and the Panzer are shooting at me at the moment. Oh, the T-26 is dead. And I'm dead. Never mind.
Ow. There it is. I was like... There it is.
The enemy is winning.
I am on my last tank now.
Attack the B point.
Probably the worst one for survival's sake. Oh, well. That'll take care of that.
Ooh, that was a nice shot. But you lost your gun.
Yeah,
As usual.
I'm very surprised that I didn't die in that exchange, but... No, I'll take it.
I mean, it
Oh,
did
this
what,
is gonna be-
what its name implied.
Oh yeah. This is gonna be awkward. I'm pretty sure the driver is dead.
He didn't know how to drive anyway.
We suffered a defeat.
And unfortunately we lost.
Get back to base.
We did lose.
But again, the achievement this doesn't, which I don't know what it is.
Also, hello, dragon. Hey, both in the top 5 on the team, though.
And I got I was first. What?
Yeah.
How? How?
Best not to question it.
I even got a free modification from it. Nice. Oh, I unlocked the M2. I got 3 tanks as well now, finally.
Woo!
Are you okay if I bring the 1.3?
Yeah,
Because I don't have 1.0s, unfortunately.
that is fine because I'm about to get the SPG, so I will also have one in relatively soon. As I just see that LAV drive around in the background. I like how they have all the modern tanks just chilling in the background.
Yeah, just to make you look at them.
It's like, hey, you want to get up to these?
You want this? Time to suffer.
Like, you want these? Play the game more.
I swear, the T-34s, my god. Even allied ones. Like the other day, I died because of an allied T-34. It basically just ran me down the ravine. And even at the audacity to say it was your fault. I was standing there for like 5 minutes. It was. I know there was no words. I was lost.
Honestly, it does sound like the most War Thunder experience.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I was laughing. But at the same time, it had to be a T-34. Of all the tanks in the game, a T-34 had to take him down. You know what I mean? Just the idea.
It's always a T-34. No matter what, it's always going to be a T-34. One way or the other.
Exactly.
There's no escape.
Apparently there is not. Not even in realistic mode, since I'm using the Germans. So most of the times I get T-34s.
That sounds about right. Okay, my guess was correct. I'm glad that I guessed the width of that ravine correctly.
Allied forces
That would have been a very embarrassing place to be stuck.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
The M2 has no fuel tank at the moment. He's stuck behind while he was zooming around. We should have 3 enemy tanks in front of us, maybe 4.
There's a few. Oh, thankfully, other tank knocked that guy out.
One is down, and let's go for the second. Rank doesn't matter. Okay.
That other one is in a bit of a bad spot. Well, this is embarrassing. Me, just wiggle the tank a little bit. There we go. I was stuck on a brick wall there.
And there is a flying pot at that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna question the magic pot. Exactly, Aiko.
Just be thankful for the presents.
Very thankful for the representation in this game. My ethereal beings. I don't think I can pin that.
I'm touched up and I'm coming up.
This shell might be able to pin it though. Oh yeah, that shell definitely pin it.
Capture that zone.
So that crew's gotta be toast at that point.
The enemy controls most of the strategic zones.
Knocked out one of their guns.
And somehow still alive.
That one is probably getting its gun fixed and is probably about ready to be active again. Uh-oh.
Okay, yeah, never mind. The M3 just killed him.
This... That's not what I wanted to hear.
Keep it up and victory will be ours.
Oh my god, the M2 has even more guns than the reserve one. What the hell?
I'm just happy
What
to
more
be
is
here.
this?
Oh, thank you for the follow. I heard the alert. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How am I? Okay. It's like, how am I alive? I survived far longer than I should have in that spot. Now, can I make it back in time? Well, this actually moves a little bit.
We no longer have the advantage.
I'll try to stop the LVT, but
The
it's
LVT,
probably
most
gonna
of the
cost me.
LVT's crew is dead right now. What's going on over there? What am I looking at?
It did work, but it's still alive for some reason.
That's what I want to know, because, like, it doesn't have much left that's functional in that tank right now.
The driver was still awake. He was still alive, that's why. I'm
It's
surprised that the idea
backup.
to use him as a shield worked properly. to be honest. I just got underneath, and apparently I didn't take
Allied
damage.
forces have captured a zone.
I was happy that the first shot that I landed killed like 2 or 3 of the crew members and knocked the gun.
Oh yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to tank the tank shells.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
I helped enable the tanking with the tank.
Yes. It is a thankless job, but at least, you know.
Yeah, somebody's gotta do it.
Allied forces have captured a zone. Thanks. I agree.
See, the T-26 is running.
Yeah, I was trying to shoot him, but the bullets were just, let's say, for some reason they were deviating from the target.
Another win.
And how did I get third place? Again, why? I mean, I'm not gonna question it again, but still. I don't get it. I don't understand. It's not like I'm playing properly.
It's like it just happens sometimes. Oh, I've researched the SPG. Sweet.
Nice.
There we go. And now I have it.
This tank has 7 light machine guns. 7. But you shoot only one. It makes no sense. And 2
It's
are for decoration. Why?
America.
It looks like wings. No, no wings. Like I got ears, but with Brownings instead of using the actual ears.
It's like the one tank that we developed and sent to the Dutch. I'm just happy to be here. MTLS. Also, thank you for this for the follow, Squid.
Wait, you weren't following? Aren't you ashamed? What are you doing, Takodashi?
I oh, I understand. I've done that a bit where I'd be like, oh, I'm definitely following this person, and then I'm like, oh, apparently I was not following the person.
Imagine being subbed for an year and then not following.
I sometimes I will say as well, I've occasionally like double clicked.
I'm joking, Squid, don't worry.
Yeah, oh good, Squid. like, like recently, I had that moment with Bao. I thought I was following Bao on Twitch, but no, I was just subbed her on YouTube, and I got confused. Woo! Now I have an absurdly large gun and a machine gun.
Sorry.
I can almost guarantee that I'm gonna die instantly the minute that I'm seen.
It looks like a low budget plastic tank for kids. It looks so fun. Even a bright green.
Right? Oh, that's the thing, Squid. There are things with even less protection than this. Namely the AA guns. The low...
Say the deacon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Madness.
Took out the tank. Like,
It's like EA, you need to pay for the rest. DLC.
yeah. Basically, all this thing is, you know those little, like, corrugated metal sheds that people have in their backyards? They just basically slap that with a gun on it and call it a day.
Yeah, got ears. The Brownings are giving me ears. Oh,
Yeah. That's the exact... Now I remember, the M2 is the base that we used for the MTLS that we sent to the Dutch. Which is just like two little
Yes.
auto cannons.
you have 7 cannons. 7 machine guns, and you shoot only 1. Why?
Ow.
I lost my driver, but I shot somebody.
I got taken out by an MG, I think. No.
I'm down as well.
He headshot the loader! And the shell killed the rest of the crew. Oh. Oh, that hurt.
That's why you don't wear helmets instead of tank.
That poor loader got headshot. By a BT-5. Exactly. That is a big ouchie. That is the downside to playing an SPG.
Stupid, I wanted to shoot down the P-18.
Rare.
With a cannon.
Oh. There's a T-26 there.
I actually hit him.
Oh, well. T-26 is dead. I think that's one of the things that I like about this is you can actually like shoot down the planes relatively easily. If you get the timing down right.
Spawn killed. That is unfair. This 75 kill. Yeah. But from how far? Arcade, beware.
I got stuck on a street lamp. There we go. I'll push the street lamp over eventually.
Pressure on.
And I think our team is really winning this game.
What did the street lamp ever do to you? Like you just stepped on it like it was.
I
some
mean,
garbage.
I like how my first response in my head to that was some people would call that street lamp lucky.
I mean, you got me. I gonna reply. I don't know what to say. Other than maybe she might have been taken for what. I mean, I'm assuming that Street Lamp's gender. I'm sorry.
Uh, I think we're winning, though, Squid. It looks like we are. I'm gonna use this AA gun as.
Ouch. There is a lot of. Look at this guy. If he doesn't move out. Who do I shoot? There's so many bodies.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I just killed a T-26 back there somewhere. Oh no. The T-70 is invulnerable from that range.
Yes, I can see that. I'm trying to shoot him, but no avail.
Well, only one
I'm
thing to
gonna
do.
push artillery fire, be careful.
Victory will surely be ours. The artillery is on the position.
I'm gonna deviate just a tiny bit and see if I can take these tanks out. Hey, we did it.
See, I'm not. I got 9th place. This is more. This is more of a realistic outcome.
I did much better as soon as I got in something that wasn't the SPG. Which is fair. Oop. Oh,
I mean, it's a proper weapon, unless it has a proper gun.
that is true.
You did lose most of the body, but you know.
I did in fact lose quite a bit of it.
You cannot have everything.
That is true.
You read a Dametic and you reflect bullets. Or you shoot the bullets. I still can't believe that the guy killed himself with my back. It's just
This is too good. It's too good. I love that.
you know, I said I'm dead anyway, so I'm gonna try to walk over him to see if I can get on the other side. While I was halfway through, he just shot and died. I think I crushed him. I know some people might like that, but I don't think he was too happy for it. I don't think he was thankful.
I don't think so either, but it was funny.
Oh, this map again.
I'm gonna try this again.
You wanna try and go with the seaside? So you get a little bit of more
Yeah.
of you.
I think C is probably the better option.
It's weird how in arcade A, B, and C are in the same spot inside the city, while in realistic C is on the corner of the map after the on the right side of the how you call it, the lake.
Huh. I always find it interesting how they determine where to put some of these. see if I can get somewhere and get a line of fire on that.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Ooh, I just got a double strike. Nice.
Ooh.
Not gonna complain.
And to answer your question about that barely squid, I can, I think, turn the gun maybe 10 degrees in either direction.
Yeah, it should be 10 or 15.
It is not, it's not capable of turning the gun very much further than that without blasting it off its mountings. The sad, unfortunate truth about SPGs.
What is a shadow strike? Did I become a ninja? What the hell?
Very stealthy tank. Me sitting here hoping something will drive across the road. As everything in front of me just dies.
Oh no, T-26.
Uh-oh.
And of course he got me. Why shouldn't he?
Oh. That's unfortunate.
Oh no. Yeah, that is the absolute. Probably, I'm not gonna say the only weak spot when you've got tanks that cannot move the turret.
Yep, it's like, if you can ever shoot at something, it will die.
But he has to be in front of it.
Yep, you just have to be able to shoot at it. I got a hit on it. Haha! I don't know how to feel at the fact that I've almost killed as many planes as I have tanks with tanks. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
Yeah, depends.
I feel like these tanks are better at taking out planes than they are other tanks. The question is, can I take out a plane with the SPG? That would be the best.
I mean,
Oh, hey!
you can try.
It's
Yeah,
my
just
dead
look out
body. I'm just exactly, Aiko. Every tank is an AA gun if you try hard enough.
Another zone captured. We have
Or if you're brave enough. I feel... Yeah, there's a quote. It's my dead body. There's your quote of the stream there, so far.
I find it ironic how the no parking sign just stopped me from moving forward.
Sometimes it is like that. Now it's just
Ooh, this is 26. I'm just gonna goodbye.
fair.
We've captured most of the strategic zones.
Also, seeing that quote has reminded me of a thought I had. I've always wondered what my streams are like for someone that just listens to the audio. I feel like a lot of things are very much out of context.
Oh, nice. That was on sync.
That was beautiful.
This was a little bit less beautiful on there.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I think I'm dead as well. Unless?
Thankfully, it's not a good shot.
Oh, I survived. I don't know how. I'm gonna get behind this building here and repair real quick. Exactly. That tank rolled around the corner, and to quote a certain other video, like basically making them run at me while I have a 700 nitro express.
Yeah. Why does that remind me of someone?
It might have been a certain someone sponsored video for World of Tanks. Talking about a Dicker Max. Like, eventually, I'll kill something with this SPG, and then I can be happy with it.
No, yes. And usually, once you get the first kill, you always go for another couple.
Yep.
You either die instantly or take out off the map. It's so weird.
The way of War Thunder. Either everything works or nothing works.
Yeah, like I said yesterday during the my veteran runs, I was going around that what was it going 12 kilometers per hour, the diplomats. I was going around between bushes and booping shit people at the back. Nobody noticed a thing. It was around 15 minutes of a match. I never died.
Love that. I hear things already exploding. I will say there's also another downside to this tank, besides the no armor. This little box on the back of it right behind the crew is filled with ammunition. I feel like I get hit with like a stray like MG bullet and it's just gonna explode.
I mean, even just a sneeze with a cigarette is enough, to be honest.
Fair. I like how it's not even technically bolted on there, it's just kind of like propped up over the engine to try and keep it from overheating.
Yes, and then you hit a random bump or a hole in the ground and you lose the ammunition.
You know what? I have an idea. I'm gonna back up just a second.
You want me to break the wall?
I got this.
I love the recoil on the tank. It just goes whop.
I'm using the SPG for its intended purpose. Yeah, right? Right, Squid? It's a safety feature. Just put the highly explosive shells above a very hot engine.
I mean, Squid, I think the Japanese thought it was a good idea at least.
I mean, it did cut down on materials. Also,
Unfortunately, I think it cut down on troops as well.
yeah, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure this thing didn't make it out of like R&D though. Like most of the tanks they designed.
There is a Panzer III in front of us, but I don't know if it's pushing or not.
See something? Reload. Please, M13, stay where you are. Please stay right there. Do not move. It's moving. No, stop moving. I like how I barely missed it.
I got your back. Don't worry. I mean, did you miss it, or did you miss the fab because it died?
I hit the MG on the top of it.
Oh, okay. Then I can safely say I got your back.
Yeah.
You can take me later. Well, I'm gonna die anyway.
Uh-oh. Oh, I see something. Got it. That's one down. Oh fuck. Oh hey, a plane just crashed.
How am I still alive? I keep getting again the turret. Both tanks shooting at me and somehow I'm still alive. Oh, finally.
That was kind of mean what I just did. I love this.
You
It's a-
just replaced half of the tank with a
I-
shell.
I did indeed. See if I can guess where this guy is. Let's see. Like, the shell travel time is probably the worst part of this. Got it. Problem solved. And, I replaced the tank with, shrapnel. Squid. Oh, artillery fire. It's probably gonna kill me. I just did it again. Yeah, I somehow managed to disable that plane enough to make it crash as well.
Oh, the same guy killed you as well. Oh my god.
I got a lot more than I was expecting though that time. I'll take it. I killed a plane, technically, or at least I will take credit for that plane crashing into the ground,
We are losing.
while also obliterating that Panzer III through the front. Only because I think I turned the inside of the tank into a ping pong room.
I hear there's bombs behind us.
Yep, that definitely was bombs behind us.
And I took damage. Probably psychic, but I took damage again. What the hell?
It's like the worst. I don't think I want to go this way, but I'm going this way.
Should I just become a motorbot and throw myself in the water? You think it's gonna work?
I don't think they're paying attention.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's very dead.
Good job.
He did it.
Absolutely.
The power of friendship in this gun I found.
And this 30 millimeters apart. Oh, actually, this tank I found, which is straight on point.
I'm gonna get taken out by a plane. I feel it. I also have learned now that my commander is my gunner. That plane has taught me a valuable lesson.
Next to us, next to us.
Oh hey, I took out a plane by surviving it dive bombing me. I literally just had a plane dive bomb directly on top of me.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy.
And I got. You were already dead, but the game gave me tank rescue for some reason.
Nice. You know what? I think it's right, at the very least. Good timing to see that plane crash. There's so many planes right now.
Yep, and I just got taken down by a fancy train to avoid it.
There's so many planes. What the fuck is going on? Holy shit,
Where's the Zeppelins?
right? Oh, that's not good.
Oh, talking about Zeppelins, I think there is a map that has Zeppelins, and if you shoot them down, you gain points.
Oh yeah, I think I was on that when I was testing out to see if this was working the other night. Ow, that's not good.
bad.
That's unfortunate. Ow. Well, I am satisfied that I killed multiple things with the SPG.
Counterattack.
Oh yeah, that was good. Especially the poor guy, which you basically replaced half of
I
the,
did
half of
that.
the compartment.
I did that twice.
How
did
did I
that-
reach third place? What the hell? You should be higher.
I am very happy that I did that to 2 tanks.
think I should unlock the M8 either this match or this next one.
Ooh.
We can try and do the same thing but twice.
Ah, sweet. Now I can research stuff on this.
Yeah, next match I've got the M8, so we can go with double SLG. I mean, it's not an SLG; it's the 17.5 millimeters, but still.
It's a howitzer,
Exactly. It's a big boy.
which is a lot more effective at this VR. Moderately large explosive rounds.
Yeah, but the big rounds are more fun. I had a lot of fun with the SLG with the Germans.
I also forgot in this game that heat rounds are very effective.
Yeah, War Thunder is no War Thunder. World of Tanks is weird compared to it.
World of Tanks, like, anything that has spaced armor and or tracks will eat a heat shell indefinitely. Just absorb it.
It does, even though it shouldn't. Since the spaced armor should become part of the shotgun that you receive from a hit, especially with big calibers. Well,
Like,
yeah,
at the most, it reduces the effectiveness of the shell and the penetration. It's still gonna do damage, but do significantly less damage. Depending on the size of the shell.
still found it amusing how in World of Tanks the Jägerpanzer 4 throws like peanuts compared to other tanks at the same tier. Where when instead you come here, you take one shot and you probably be able to kill two tanks with one single shot.
It is definitely more simulation esque. It's like World of Tanks is the super arcadey game.
Is this word? It's the Sword Art Online of the situation.
Yeah. Hi. There's the German 150. Which is equally unprotected.
And it's so amusing to watch.
Really is.
And I think the bullets are even slower than the ones you were throwing. You were shooting.
That's what I was wondering, if it was slower or not.
The German should be. It's not even subsonic. Oh no, actually, I think it is. Yeah, it's subsonic. It should be around 280 meters per second.
Practically a howitzer. Or well, in between a howitzer and a mortar. Just kind of just lobbing the shell in there.
The bear probably throws it faster.
You know, that makes sense.
Weirdly enough, it does.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
If I was remembering correctly, those were technically, like, the further developments in its design were intended to shoot, like, the mini rockets. At least that tank destroyer project.
I am honestly not sure.
Because I know the Sturm Tiger was.
But I did found in a match an ally with, I think it's the American, it's a missile launcher. It's like
Oh.
the
Like
what's it called?
the Calliope.
Yes, the Calliope. It was so fun to watch. It was missing most of his shots, but it was so fun to watch the missiles just randomly go.
Yep. The good old unguided rocket racks. Calliope is such a funny design, but it's also terrifying.
If it hits.
Which uses the good American logic of if you shoot enough things at once, eventually it's gonna hit.
Exactly. I just shot down something. Oh, I shot down the weird. Oh, I hated the fucking. What's it called? Well, a little car with the 37mm turret in front.
Oh yeah, the little
German.
or,
AMD
The little, like-
something?
yeah. Uh-oh.
M2 in front of us?
There's more than an M2. Uh-oh. This might be the death of me. Yep, there it is.
I was about to get in front of you to protect, but I was stuck on a wall.
It's their whole team just respawned there. That is true. The previous game I did survive like 2 planes crashing on top of me. I'm not gonna question how it happened, but I don't question the planes in this game.
The M2 is searching for me, he's in front of me and he's not finding me. Oh, I just found him.
Keep it up and
I
victory
just,
no.
will be ours.
He's confused. What the hell is going on?
I'm gonna park myself right here and see if I can figure out how to fly this plane. It's like, are all the controls inverted, or is it just okay? Now it's just. Well, I hit it. I don't know if I took it out. I hit it. Don't black out the pilot, please.
Shot down a plane that was trying to suicide on top of you.
Nice. I still cannot get the flight controls down, so I'm just flying around making passes and then leaving.
The Allied forces have captured a zone.
Oh yeah, there's an AA gun, by the way.
That wasn't shooting. Which is why I stopped and helped. He wasn't shooting.
Da, 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 da.
With my reserve M2A4, by the way. Which made it even funnier.
Love that. So it's like I will be straightforward with you, Momentary. I cannot fly in this game very well. Me and planes do not mix. Nice.
How am I taking down so many people?
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Skill. Turn the correct direction, please. Tank, please. Turn. Uh. Well, that guy got out from in front of me real fast.
Kept shooting, but he wasn't dying. He has so many members.
The enemy is preparing for artillery barrage. Repeat, the enemy is preparing for artillery barrage.
Someone behind me.
That was overkill. Oh god.
Oh my god.
That was.
That was. I mean, you shot a bullet bigger than the fucking tank.
Yeah. I fired a shell that's bigger than the average mailbox into the front of that tank.
And we also got the best squad.
We did. I just love the sound of this gun and the recoil. It's so absurd. Also, like that from the get go, it's like, here, have APHE.
Oh, the game just did me wrong.
Uh-oh.
It allowed me to research the M8, but it doesn't allow me to buy it because I don't have the M2A2. So why would you allow me to research it then?
That's something I'm trying to figure out. 'Cause it's not the most straightforward tech tree. Like, for the most part, it's straightforward, but then you've
It's the
got
first
those.
time that I've seen it.
I think I'm trying to remember. I think there's two. Also, before I forget, I want to check my my plane controls.
Yep, take your time.
Aircraft control mode. Just give me the simplified controls, please, for the aircraft. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check.
Yeah, since I did it myself, might as well.
Fair.
And Squid, yeah, you have to realize that while you're playing tanks, people think that the planes are simply bombs with wings. So they pick it up just to demolish themselves on top of somebody else.
It is true. Like me, I am terrible at flying, so it would probably be better for me to try and fly into something than to try and hit it with the guns.
Tried it multiple times, but I never managed to kill somebody by suicide, so I stopped doing it.
Yeah, from my experience of being hit twice in the same game by a plane, it
I don't know
doesn't
how they
be
do it.
too much. It's funny. It's really funny, but I don't think it can actually take me out. Which I don't feel like is realistic, but I'm not gonna question it.
I'm willing to bet that they have the Baby Yoda firework in the background while they're doing it because I've got no other explanation.
Fair.
So where are we going? A or A?
It's like
I-
the
I-
decision to go A or A.
yeah, let me think. Yeah, it is smart. This is gonna be top or bottom because both ways it's kind of like, to be honest.
I also keep forgetting that there's background music until I hear it. I'm like, oh yeah, there is actually background music.
And it's good, but I had to lower it down because
Yeah,
it gets kind of distracting,
it does.
especially if you're trying to listen to engines or trucks. Not in arcade, of course, because I mean, all you need is your fucking your crosshair becoming green.
Yeah.
People become bloody 1.5 kilometer snipers, which happened repeatedly yesterday. I had people trying sniping me through the space-time continuum. I don't know how they managed it.
Just reasons. Can I go through this wall? I can go through this wall. I was wondering how long it'd take before I saw a name in game that had ooh in it.
It took a while, to be honest.
It took a bit. I have an idea, and it's probably going to backfire horribly, but
I found Golden Doggo yesterday.
Mm.
Because of the context of last stream, I was dying.
ow. Fair. It was so good. It was chaotic in all of the best ways. I just hear nothing but explosions now.
This guy just put me on fire twice in a row. How can I complete
Ugh.
instead?
Just doing a little, like, casual burning to death.
Like, I understand that this is an American thing. Why do they have a baseball bat on the left side?
Just random, baseball games. Cause why not?
I understand the axe, because it makes sense, but the wooden bat? Why? Ooh, a T28.
I don't know how that T-28's still alive.
The enemy is winning. We've got to counterattack.
And he one-shot me. Okay.
That is why I'm kind of afraid of the T-28.
I think he exploded.
I'm gonna hope so. That was a fortunate shot. Oh, I'm dead. I am so dead. I am so dead.
backup is coming. Well, I
There,
don't know what
there's
I can
not
do
enough
against
backup.
both
There's
Yeah.
not enough backup.
come on, I got stuck to the wall. What the hell?
I was like, I can take the Panzerjäger. That'll be fine. I can take that. The rest of the team just rolls around the corner. I can't take that.
There is an M3 straight on your right.
Was not the ammo. That is unfortunate.
The enemy will win.
And the question is, am I gonna get shot in the back going over here to kill these?
Nobody seems to be peeking at this moment, so you should be safe. Wait, got a plane on top of you, as usual.
Not the first time so far that there's a plane directly on top of me.
There is also T-26, as usual. Again.
Me, just, That was an Italian plane.
This time the enemy has proven stronger.
Which makes sense why he couldn't manage to get on top of.
I was very intrigued. Like, I 100% would not have known what that plane was if its wing didn't come off.
Well, that's yeah, it makes sense.
Yes, I took that wing as a prize. It's mine now.
Yeah, most of the planes, which unfortunately, like I said, I couldn't find the photos of planes in both the museum. Most of the planes were torn apart. Most of them.
Yeah. Now I have a Chiha. And now it's time to research a flak gun.
Thank you for the wing, I guess.
It's just you just take it with you as a souvenir. Use it as a spaced armor.
I'm sure Russian units would have done that. 100%.
I mean, I know what they did actually use for spaced armor, and it's kind of dark.
Yes, unfortunately, I'm aware as well. And last time I didn't say it just in case.
Yeah,
It was just a bit too much, you know.
yeah. It's like it's fair. Not inaccurate.
Yeah, I only said the sandbags for that exact reason.
Yeah,
They use a lot of things.
they did indeed. And they also have the logs for spoilers for some reason.
I mean, they look good.
They do look good. Are they practical? Probably not, but
They're probably even heavier than actual metal, so. But at least it saves time, you know.
it's like I like that they have actual uses, but more often than not, they just look like spoilers. Or decoration.
You're alone. I'm
I-
trying to join you, just in case. There's probably at
Oh
least
God.
a couple of them.
I almost flipped my tank.
Yeah, don't do that.
I went on one
Just
track
not-
there for a second.
Yeah, I saw it just now.
Tank drift.
I understand that you're Japanese. You're using Japanese, but this is not. What's it called? What the remember the name?
I'm recreating Girls in Panzer.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Actual
Oh,
tank drifting.
I almost flipped as well.
I
was
don't
not planned.
I don't understand. I almost did it again. Honestly surprised that that doesn't break the tracks. Or at least damage the wheels.
Initial D was supposed to be the joke.
Me?
Initial D.
Bustin', 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 feel good.
Cliff,
Feel good.
thank you for the sub. Well, continuing the sub.
Hi, Clef.
Hey, the PC works? Let's go. I was just about to ask if the fix worked. Also, I 100% need to actually, when I commission emotes, I absolutely have to get at least like the Gremlin and the Pog. Those need to continue on in some form. Nice. Hopefully it keeps working.
How did we miss people in C? What the hell?
How did they
I'm
get
going ahead of me.
behind
Um,
us?
I have no idea.
Time to go correct this.
It is a thankless job, but we're gonna do it. Oh, of course it's up to 26. Of course it is.
I'm on my way.
I'm gonna bump him. Okay. That's it.
Nice.
It's done. don't look away when you come around. Just went straight behind him.
just for good measure.
I don't think he liked the suppository.
Just to make sure.
Another zone captured, we have the advantage.
Oh sweet, I got base capture streak.
He's gonna get revenge. 100%.
Probably gonna try to. And yes, you did, Clef. World of Tanks PC is going to have a Warhammer 40k season.
Oh yes, it started already.
Yeah.
I forgot to tell you. I think it was a couple of days ago, while you were playing as well.
They look pretty good.
Oh yeah,
Ow.
nice.
Here is the part where I make the joke PC can actually afford the licensing. Do I give console a hard time for that? Yes. Yes, I do. Do they deserve it? Yes.
87?
think that killed both my, I did kill my driver.
Have captured a zone.
That was a Swede. Are tearing them apart over here. My driver, like, always dies. Ow. Of course, it was the T-26 that finally killed me.
Yeah, of course it was the T-26, like I said. And he's gonna kill me as well, don't worry. He got both my, that's it, hang on. He got both my driver and the gunner in
Oh.
one shot.
Well, now it's time to go back after the T-26.
Yeah, of course. And it's so funny somehow when I see the replay that I died, all the wings and doors are completely open.
Right?
Makes no sense, but
Just keep it up, and victory will be ours.
Also, seeing this thing almost flip is kind of terrifying.
oh, the cars completely fall apart if you just graze them, but if you shoot with a 7mm, the car is just completely fine. Okay.
Interesting, interesting car logic. Enjoy your food, Clef. I'm just gonna pretend that didn't happen and continue driving.
Yeah, I was trying to help, but it already so slow.
I literally just watched them crash into the ground behind me. And the other one just fly right past. I got the T-26.
Yep. I saw that. Nice revenge.
I didn't even hit it. I hit underneath it.
I mean, that's where they have the bullets anyway.
Oh yeah.
And if our team doesn't move, we might have lost.
Oh yeah, that is right. Blitz is also doing something with Warhammer.
You know, you could shoot down the containers next to me. I think I'm dead. Yep.
Oh.
I deployed a couple of artilleries on top of him though.
I could also do that.
Yeah. The artillery was just to make him rush for. Nice.
You just do,
He's taking a nap. Look at him.
yeah. He's just sleeping. He's just sleeping.
He's done his job. Now he can take a rest.
Yeah.
To the designated grid square. Attention to the designated grid square.
I appreciate that, Club.
We're ahead of the enemy.
I just realized that the machine gun is also completely useless now.
Did you just take down somebody else?
Yeah, I did.
Oh my. Ooh.
This thing is too funny. It's a glass cannon, literally.
I think you can remove the glass. It's just a cannon.
Yeah, it's
That's the only thing you have.
all it is cannon.
The dudes don't even have an helmet. They're wearing hats.
They're wearing like pilots' hats.
Yeah. What are we doing here? Why? Look at him. He's looking around. What am I doing here? What's going on?
He's like trying to figure out why he is now both the gunner and the loader at this point. Since the poor loader is exhausted and taking a nap here.
Hey, I'm stuck. Can you believe it? I'm stuck on a destroyed car.
It's our DLC.
Yes, exactly. Like I said before, you need to pay the DLC to get the rest of the tank.
And as far as I know, Momentary, they were literally just like driving in one at a time to be like shot at by my gun.
And once you do buy the DLC, you can tank them.
I'm not gonna lie. That battle trophy hurt me on the inside. That hurt me. That hurt me a lot.
Which one?
Look what it stopped one space past.
Oh, yes. It happened the same thing to me last night. I was so. It's almost a million now. You get 5k. Take it or leave it.
Like, well, I got a
You
free
did get
module.
Yeah, exactly. A free
Oh.
module is always nice.
I'll take that.
You also popped off this match.
Yeah, they just kind of, as soon as I got the big gun, it was just like everything dies. Ooh, filters.
I ran out of tank jokes. I spent half of the day yesterday to try and figure out if I could make something proper, but
I know the struggle.
the AU one is probably the one that was most waiting for the chance to say it.
Like a lot of the tank jokes involve a lot of setup.
Yeah. And I'm sure there's a bot joke somewhere with the LVT, but it's not floating for me at the moment.
There it is. It swam its way in there.
Yeah, it needs a little push with the lighthouse. Otherwise, it's gonna be hard. Oh, I'm lost, and I'm okay. I was about to fall off. Nice.
Ooh. That was something already exploding. I just drove straight down a hill into a rock. I am pretty sure that would have knocked out like half of my crew. Or they would at the very least be missing a few teeth.
Allied forces have captured a
Oh no, that is completely fine. But instead, if you have a bomb that explode like 20 meters away from you, everybody takes 3,000% damage. Because why not?
Just because. Just happy to be here. Oh, I heard a follow. Thank you for the follow. I don't think I can pin that.
You should be able to
I
ping
can
across
pin that
the-
though.
Yeah, exactly. I'm coming across this, if I can.
I'm sorry!
See if I can get behind it.
He shot me. How? Another Panzer III shot me. Most of his crew is down. You should be able to kill him. I think either the driver or the radio down.
It's a matter of me like actually finding a place on him that I can pen. There we go.
Was pinnable.
I can't. This
in the
gun
front
can't
side?
pin the front.
What are you shooting? Peanuts?
That's what I'm wondering. I'm like, this is a 57mm gun. Am I just
You gotta be
throwing the
shooting
shells at him?
Yeah, you're shooting salvo rounds.
Like I'm throwing some form of non-lethal projectile at the front of the tank. Uh-oh. Oh, the Panzer 1C I can do damage to. Oh, 2C. That Panzer 3 is so dead.
A little more effort, everything will be yours.
Correction, I'm dead. I am dead. I like how I just looked in chat and I just see I beg your pardon. Agreeable. I think I slightly overshot.
This boat is too massive to be able to peek on the corner and shoot something. Where's a pink out? What? Somebody was using pink smoke. Okay, so it wasn't meant to see.
I think I killed the gunner of the T-26. Oh well, the T-26 is super dead now.
His gunner took down my gunner for some reason. I'm gonna take the fighter jets for now. Hopefully I can do something.
Oops. I didn't mean to
Never
shoot
mind,
that.
somebody else put it.
Welcome back, Newly. It's all good.
I'll come back, Nolly. And if I butcher your name, I'm so sorry.
I can say it is part of being on stream. I do it a lot.
I one-shot the Panzer II for some reason. I don't know how, but I take it. Not gonna complain.
So it's, you know. All right,
I just saw a kamikaze plane.
I did too. Oh no. Hopefully everything is all good with the server. That's what I was waiting for.
I am coming.
And of course, nobody exploded.
Yep,
Yeah, but my time was almost up, so I had to try.
it's fair.
I just got a bit of 5. Yeah, nice. Juicy.
God, there's the sound of the Flak Panzer. I see the pink smoke.
Oh yeah, I like it a lot, but it's so distracting.
Really is. Ow. Oh, I'm completely dead. I got sniped. War Thunder's been very amusing.
With the same shot, you got one of the trucks and the gunner. Of course, you got the gunner. You see the weirdest stuff with the other.
I just want to watch the Flag Panther a second.
I'm watching the Flak Panzer as well. It's skinny. Yeah, yeah.
I love the AA guns so much.
I unlocked the triple, what is it, 50 millimeters.
Ooh.
The ranking in the German. And I didn't think they were going to be so effective against light tanks, to be honest.
That
You just mow them down.
that reminds me of the Verbal Wind.
Yes, which is the next one in line.
It is so silly. It is such a silly vehicle.
Yeah, but it looks so good.
It does. I see it take out more ground targets than I do air targets.
It's a small Dalek.
It's so good. Oh, thank you, Lee. Should be relatively close to the AA gun.
Alright, which is why I always try to pull continuous puns,
Yeah.
although they don't always land. Some of them tend to crash.
Yeah.
Like most of the planes, apparently.
Well, I mean, I have admitted to not wanting to Well, not being good at flying. There we go. That's what I was trying to say.
Oh, not your planes. Most of the enemies, since they like to crash on top
Crash
of you.
into everything.
Yeah, but it seems to be keen to crashing you for some reason.
I am a plane magnet.
Yeah. And I still don't get why.
I don't either. Although, I will say, I'm super glad that they fully implemented crossplay.
Oh yes. It was about time, to be honest.
Yeah.
And also it's nice that instead of having games accounts divided by servers, they just gave one account for every server.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't lag, which is the biggest part for me. Since I'm a bit far away. Just a little bit.
Yeah. I'm sad that I can't go around the ship without leaving the battlefield.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah. One side of the
So
ship
sad.
is out of bounds.
I see a T-26, as usual.
So why wouldn't there be?
There's way too many.
Enemy forces have captured a
Everybody's trying to get the T-34s.
Yeah, just to mess with me.
They've heard the stories, they know.
Exactly. How? With a 7mm? Okay, I'm gonna take it.
Panzer III is concerning
Allied
me.
forces have captured a zone.
I saw there is AK-13. Was. Oh, no, still is. Oh my. There's an ally that is blocking me the view. Damn it. I'm inclined to do the T-34s just so that when I play realistic, there's no enemy Russians. Russian
Ow.
tanks.
Oh, is that a heat shill? Yeah. Yeah, that was a heat shill.
Captured a zone.
At least I think it was a heat shill. Wait, can I shoot them from here?
You should be able, but you need to raise the cannon just a little bit.
Captured a
Yeah,
Just a little bit.
I think the one that I could see just died. Nope. Nope. I think that's the one that killed me.
attention to the map.
Time to bring out the boat in this ocean of sand.
Yeah, well, something took care of that one. Just missed.
That was so close.
Let's see, can I actually hit those? Or is my shot blocked? My
You
shot's
should be able to hit him,
Enemy forces have
but
captured a zone.
it's another angle since
Yeah.
he's
hugging the boat.
Well, there are a lot of tanks up there.
Yeah, that's why I don't really like this map in,
Let's keep
especially in
the pressure
arcade.
on. Victory is close.
Got it. Problem solved. Thing is a menace.
The Panzer 35 it's demolishing me.
Is it the
So
one
I
that's
don't-
still sitting at the edge of the... It is.
Yes, and he's using the Panzer Grenade 40, which is basically just the AP. He shot right through all my shot without even shrapnel. Without even having shrapnel hitting me once. Just a bullet. Shot through everybody. I think Angelina Jolie is shooting in the unwanted style, twisting the bullets as he pleases. 'Cause
Right?
I have no other explanation.
That's the one that's killed me and it's been alive this entire time.
Yes, and it just go behind the bullet. I think I'm gonna rush him down. I'm sick of it.
Oh god.
The enemy has captured most of the strategic zones.
Oh, that plane got tired of it. Started shooting
First
at it.
shot. The first shot that we got the drag set that stuck me away. I was outside the battlefield, that's the problem.
And I got killed
Oh.
by a plane.
Yeah,
Of
as usual.
course. I have been taken out by a plane. Finally. They finally killed me.
But they managed.
They eventually got in there to do it.
And just in case you were hunching over like I usually do when I'm using long range tanks.
You know? You,
Just in case.
you were kinda right there. I was.
Because we seem to think and do a lot of things similarly, so I had an hunch. Ooh, the T-28 is getting bullied. I wanna see this.
All crew members, it would be my gunner.
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close.
Ow.
Did you just
Killed me
hit-
again.
got from a plane?
No.
Oh,
The
okay.
Panzer
Oh,
35.
Yeah. The same guy. He's
Yep.
been killing everybody with the Panzer 35. I
Yep.
mean, it's a good tank, but I don't know.
Everyone died.
Yeah, and he's using the Panzer 40, the Panzer Grenade 40,
Yeah.
which is a weird choice, but it seems to work apparently.
Like, I'm not gonna knock that gun. Apparently, it works pretty well.
It doesn't when I do it, but what can you say? What can you do? Ooh, oh! I opened the battle trophy. I got a discount that I'm never gonna use.
I feel that.
Never gonna use it. Oh, look at the Calliope. It looks so funny. I love it.
It's such a silly thing. It really is.
It looks like it's bringing around a tray with the arms stretched out.
It really does. I'm gonna refresh myself on what this thing is, because I can't remember what this. Oh! Oh.
What's going on?
The Kami.
Oh yeah, the god.
It's literally a box. It's just a
so ugly.
box.
That's
Oh, it's
one of the
amphibious.
ones that I found funny. Yeah, it's the one of the ones that I found funny.
It's
It's
just
called God, but you look at it, it's just so it's so wonky.
it's a box. Very wide tank.
61 points to unlock the M2A21. Come on, game. Really?
Let me see. Was there another like amusing tank that's in here? I don't think there is.
The Japanese has a lot of amusing things.
They do like
I think the NATO was a funny one,
I think it is too.
but both in the name and the shape.
It's a half track without the half.
Exactly.
It's literally it's just
It's a quarter track.
it's an all track. It's literally just a truck. See what was the gun in it? It's a 75. It's literally just a Cheetos gun, but on a truck. Love that. Let's see. I feel like
And I
this
don't
one's
think it's even agile. Like it's just that box with a cannon.
well, that looks fun.
The Suki was nice, if I remember correctly.
That definitely
Yeah, the
looks
Suki was
fun.
nice. Yeah.
Let's see. This one also funny.
What does it have? A 50 millimeters? Oh, is it bigger? I think it's bigger.
Oh,
Type 75.
you know that's basically the American Paladin.
Oh, RSS M2. Yeah, right. The game wasn't finished yet.
Wait a minute, that is a Paladin.
Yeah. I think some of the time. Was it the Paladin?
Yeah, that is definitely a Paladin. That's a
Because there are a couple
Japanese
of
equivalent
tanks.
of a Paladin. Love that.
Oh, yes.
This one I know. Yep. It's Cheery's hole, but without a turret and with a bigger gun. See, they do have the Cheery. I always found the Cheery extremely funny. This is a medium tank. It's a very large medium tank with no armor.
But Type 60 was another one.
Ooh. On the Type 61?
The Type 60 SPR.
Oh, that one. There
Yeah.
it is. It's recoilless rifles.
Yes.
I think I recognize that hull. That looks like a scorpion hull. Which I think is technically also a recoilless rifle, but I could be wrong. I wonder, do they have that in this game? Well, they certainly have the T-20. They do have the M56. Yes. There it is. I love how small that tank is.
And the window, it's an extra touch of class. With the wiper,
Yep, it's got its own wiper.
we love the details.
Yep. And I love that literally the entire platform that the crew is standing on is ammo. It's a safety feature. If the ammo goes off, the crew is jettisoned out of the vehicle. It's a safety feature.
In multiple directions at the same time.
Yeah.
Look at the seats. Like, you're not gonna shoot the tank. You're just gonna shoot the crew.
Right?
You can even have a skin with the crew members with a swimsuit. It's not gonna make much of a difference anyway.
I love that. I love the tanks that
exactly,
they put in
Squid.
here. Nope, I see one that absolutely needs to be shown off. There you go. There you go, Squid. Behold the M50 onto
Oh, the
us.
M50, yes.
Who needs one recoilless rifle or two when you can have 6 and be a literal pyramid ship? Well, a pyramid tank. Become pyramid.
It's to dispense freedom easier.
Exactly. You have 6 times the freedom. Plus, I think there's also MGs strapped to the top 2 on each side. And then, of course, what American tank would be complete without a Browning M2 on top?
Even if it's just for show.
Yeah,
Like the M2A4 with the 7 Brownings. You're not gonna use them, but, you know, just to make sure you understand that we're American.
I still like that apparently on this model they have like 4 aircraft grade machine guns mounted to the top of these. I don't even know if you can actually use those. Probably not.
At this point, it's touching the realms of cross-out, to be honest.
It really is.
We only need spiderless and then we'd set.
There's the other thing that is hilarious. The Bradley.
Which of the two? Because I think they came in 2 different ways. For what?
It's the
What are you
M3A3.
shooting? What are you shooting? Peanuts?
Yeah, that's the 25mm autocannon with the tow missiles.
Oh, okay, it's got a tow missile. Oh, yeah, I remember now. Yeah.
Bradley exists. Other things do not exist. Like, the size of the Bradley is also confusing because it looks like it's a big tank, and it's not actually that big of a tank.
Yeah, it's super tiny.
It's like this thing. Love how absurd just the design of this is.
Might as well show the Calliope as well.
Yeah, well, I'm here. Let's see. Where
They're
is
gonna love
the
it.
Calliope at?
The Calliope is under the Super Hellcat, so...
Ah,
Was
there it is.
No.
I see it. There you go. Here's American ingenuity at its finest.
It's beautiful.
An E4 Sherman with a bunch of rocket tubes strapped to the top of it.
That's Wally during a war. I'm not gonna continue the sentence. It's better.
I just love that this exists. Because each of those tubes is a 114 millimeter rocket.
And I just love the two little panels that look like arms holding it up with
Right?
confidence.
It's like they literally just
Look at it.
he's literally just bolted this to the side of the turret and the gun. Literally anything hits that and it just doesn't function right at all. And they have to take it all off and then put it back on. Did it work? As a fear tactic, probably. Although if you launch all of the rockets at once,
Oh, it's such a cute name. I mean,
Yeah. Calliope.
also, if you launch all of the rocket at once, you're probably gonna, stop hovering.
Yeah, like everything in front of you will probably be dead.
And
Maybe.
probably yourself included, because one of the rockets is gonna malfunction.
Oh yeah. Considering what type of rockets these are, probably at least one of them is going to be a dud, and possibly go off in the tube. That is a possibility.
With the sun behind, it's got.
There's so
It's only
many.
the flag missing.
Oh yeah, that is right. This is in the game. The rolling bunker. I
It
actually,
looks like a spin. It's gonna ask me riddles.
right? This tank actually has a really fun story. Somehow, the US military lost this thing in a field. We lost this thing in a field.
I was watching a video the other day about an T95, and now I recommend.
Like, I don't know how we lost this. It's not
Yeah.
small.
Yeah, but it's split. I mean, it's in a field. To be honest, it's not small. Yes, but
Some farmer found it. Was like, that's not a tractor.
it gives me Lamborghini vibes looking at from the back. To be honest.
Kind of. I mean, technically, you can take the extra set of tracks off of this. This is technically just a T-28, but with an extra set of tracks and some spaced armor. They're the same exact tank, just this one has extra tracks. And the little side panel there. And I think that's great. Love American tank design. Why do you go from the T-95 to the Starship? And yes, this thing looks wrong. They actually built these, and it looks so wrong.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
I cannot look at the turret. It gives me weird vibes. I don't know.
It's the short barrel.
I don't know. Yeah, in the short barrel, I don't know. It looks like a fucking starfish.
Yeah. The funny
I
thing
don't know if I
is,
should be afraid or.
this is also like technically a missile launcher. This tank was meant to shoot the same rounds as the Sheridan, so it could fire Shillelagh missiles. Which is funny. AKA this thing over here. I like that they have both of them. Same gun, by the way. Oh yeah, no, the T95 is indeed the hide and seek champion. Now I'm curious. I want to see if they've got the other like hilarious things. I know they've got the good, yeah, they've got the good leopard. Okay, I have to. When when toes are not enough, Sam turret.
Yes, I saw the same.
I like that it's literally just the truck.
Yeah, they're not even trying.
I'm so happy that they added the truck. Don't they have the let's see, do they have the Archer actually? I think it's called the Archer. Do they? Because I know the Swedes have a really, really funny SPG. I don't think they have it in the game, but they do have this.
I think they are still adding stuff for the French, the Swedish, and I think Israel as well.
Yeah.
These is tank posing at its finest.
They really do. Like this thing. I love this.
Why does it give me Halo vibes?
Right? It's just, it looks so sci-fi.
Either Halo or Planet Side. It looks so off.
Right? There's also no windows.
Yeah, I saw that.
There's like no windows, no viewports, no nothing.
You don't need it. You're just gonna shoot. Somebody's gonna die eventually. I mean, you can open the door on the side and just watch and
And
yeah, a little bit more to the right, a little bit more to the right.
you just stick your head outside and like just a little bit over that way.
Exactly.
Just turn it just a tiny bit. You'll be fine. What is this? Oh my. You know, this might be it actually.
But why does it look like a railgun in the front?
It
What
really
is this?
does.
Why is it so weird? Looks like a dragon mount on the back and a railgun in the front.
So cool. I will say that the Swedes have some really, really bizarre tank designs. Like the fact that the S tank here is a main battle tank, not a tank destroyer. It has no turret.
But you don't need to aim as long as everybody dies. It's okay.
That is true.
You eventually you're gonna hit someone.
I think. Let's see, don't they also have sort of like a space age design tank, kind of? Just a massive radar on the top of it. Or is that a laser? It could be a laser. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and posture check.
Thank you, because I was watching as well.
Let me see. Let's check the Israeli tanks, because I know
Oh,
that.
they have some weird ones.
Oh yeah, they do have some weird ones, and I love the reverse engineering on them. Like this thing, it's just a gal. It's just a gal. This is literally a ground-based warthog.
And with the sandbags as extra protection, because
Yeah.
why not?
You got stingers. It has stingers.
It's so weird.
I love it. I love all of the reverse engineering that's in here. Until you get to their actual tanks up here, the Merkavas. Which, this one, I believe, is the one that I like the design the most on. It's just... It's like literally the most sci-fi looking battle tank.
Yeah, this it just make him an overcraft and it becomes a tank in what's called Planet Side 2 again.
Yeah. I think those tanks might actually be based off of the Merkava.
Oh, they might actually. No, no, I think it just looks so much like it's the same.
Yeah. Like, all you have to do is just find a place to hide the hull, aim the gun down a little bit, and they can't do anything to you. And you can never have too many antennae on a tank. You have to have
Just in case you lose one.
all of the radio channels at once.
Just in case you lose one. Look at the antennas.
There's
Just so the ones at the back.
so many. Let's see,
Yeah.
what did they add in France? Do they have the funny... No, they don't have the really funny...
French.
They have a lot of the captured stuff, and then, of course, the
look here,
autoloaders.
tanks. I mean, just looking at the R35 already, it's extremely weird.
I still
We're
like that
gonna go more
the
next.
ARL-44 here is a... this one is a tank destroyer. This one's a heavy tank. This one is 3.7 BR. This one's 5.3. They're the same tank.
Yeah, I think even the 44 has less ammo. Actually, they're both 44. The ACL has less ammo.
Yeah, it's
even though
like
it's on everything.
it's really funny to me seeing that it's literally the same tank. The only difference is the gun. Really. And the turret.
Yeah. It becomes smaller and it has less armor, which.
Oh yeah,
Like
the
they have weird
STRV-122. Oh, they do have some of the weirder tanks. And truck.
I mean, the 90M. I like it a lot, to be honest.
Oh, they do have the D2. Let's see. Yeah, they do have the EBR. Yeah. I forgot that the ELC was a tank destroyer on this. Let me find it. There it is.
The DBR looks so. I don't know.
Oh! I know exactly which tank you're talking about, Squid. You're talking about the Bob Simple. It's literally just like a tractor with machine guns and some like concrete. It's like slow as it's slow as fuck. It's square, and it's not really practical in any way. It's beautiful. The only thing I want to know about the ELC on this is, do they have the accurate non-fully traversable turret? Because there's a fun reason for why the ELC can't fully rotate its turret. That reason is, if you fully rotate the turret on the ELC, you will decapitate the commander.
Ouch.
Yeah. Yeah. It should not fully rotate. Like, they have the Foch too. Nice. I do indeed. I like a lot of the mechanical aspects of tanks. Just seeing like tank designs change over the years.
Oh, I love the push.
Foch is such a cool tank.
And I'm still mad that they put the E100 as a premium tank. Yeah.
I do too, with that newly. I like hearing when people are passionate about things.
PMX is an AMA instead of an axe.
Right.
What do you need the AMA for? Actually, I don't want to know.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I really like the look of the 30B with all the ERA armor on it. Actually looks kind of nice.
It looks beefy.
Though I like the look of
It's-
the AMX-30.
It's based AMA, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
reactive armor.
The proper
Similar.
one.
I do know of Tank Mechanics Simulator, Squid. It also looks very fun. Yeah, I know they have another one in here that I wanted to look at real quick. Or did they? Might not have been the French one. Might be the Italian tanks. I'm happy that they have this. Because I think this one and its Polish equivalent counterpart, the crew could literally just get out and flip it over if it flipped. Such a tiny tank.
They named it Controcarro, which in English it's basically tank destroyer. So they named the tank Tank Destroyer.
That
That
is
makes
something
sense.
I
you know.
love. And thank you for the hydrate momentary.
I'll do that as well. If my cup wasn't empty.
Mine is now. think this is one of them that is. Because this, if I remember correctly, yep. It looks all kinds of wrong to me. Because I'm trying to remember if that's a Hellcat turret or a Jackson turret on top of a Sherman hull. Just, it looks off with that 90 mil.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is right. The Fiat. I keep forgetting that they made this.
Look at the aesthetics.
It definitely has that Italian design.
Yeah.
Very sleek and wedge shaped.
It's just missing a boy at the back.
Yeah.
Doesn't need it, but
Just needs a massive spoiler. Just a big wing on the back of it and you're set. Maybe paint it like bright red. Or yellow.
they'll probably go for red and white, as they
Probably.
usually do for the ships as well. And if you keep reading a lot of them, just a lot of the Italian tanks names, basically just the name of the tank. What it does, it's basically what it does.
I love
Or
that.
what type of road, or type of wheels or trucks it uses.
Love that. Let's see, is this one just we've got an upgrade.
How do we name our tanks? Let's just name it Tank Destroyer. Why? Yeah, they get it.
It's got-
Come on, you can't show me this. Oh,
I
I think the textures are still loading. There's only
love this.
polygons.
I love this. This is 2 recoilless rifles.
It's like the Tesla meme car they made last year. The low texture as one.
Yeah.
Same thing. It just looks like the same thing. But with the cannons on top.
And then we get to like the more modern. Yeah.
The Centaur.
That's nice.
I still hate how they use wheels and stuff, to be honest.
Yeah. It
They use
it
a
does
lot
look
of
out of
wheels.
place. Okay, I have
Yet
to
engines
see
were
this.
good, but automatic.
I love how massive the turret is. And also how heavily inspired this turret is by the Leopard.
Yeah.
It's like a double Leopard turret. It's a Leopard turret on top of a Leopard turret.
They made it once. Let's just double in size.
Yes.
Once worked, so let's put it twice.
You know, double or nothing.
As they usually did.
Yeah. And let's see. I'm not gonna go over most of the Chinese tanks because most of them are essentially just copy paste either American or Russian tanks
Yes.
until you get down to like here. The more modern stuff. Then it deviates a tiny bit, but still relatively the same.
Oh, hey, Dustin.
Hello, Dustin. Also, yeah, that does make sense that it would be the Jackson turret on that one. Okay, I can't remember what this one is. Oh. Um. That's South African.
It looks like the Pokemon Bean. I'm sorry, but it's just so similar.
It really does. It's literally just like a modified construction vehicle. Now that I think about it. And yeah, it's Crimson with me today.
Yep.
Let's see if they had any other hilarious things in here that probably should not be where they are. Like,
I think that was the idea, Squid.
there it is. This is the thing that confuses me the most. Why is the 4005 before the Conway? Why is this before the Conway?
I don't know, but I love it. It looks like they broke a part of the bridge they used to get inside the plane.
I also love the fact that this is Britain's answer for the IS-3. How do we fight the IS-3? Ah, yes, a 183mm gun.
183. I didn't read it. My God.
Yeah, this is a 183mm gun.
It did lose most of its armor compared to the other British tanks, though.
Yeah, this thing has 14mm of armor. It's a shed. It's just a shed housing a gun.
I love it. They use the shed as well.
It's literally just
Even
a
as the
shed.
backdoor. Yeah, even as the back door, if you look at it.
Yeah. This is. They took someone's shed out of their backyard and put it around the gun. And then we go from 183 to 120 with the Conway.
Which is still impressive.
Yeah. Same
And
hull, smaller turret.
But it has armor.
Yeah. And then, like,
It's beefy.
this. I just love the fact that the tortoise here is the same BR as the 4005.
I mean,
So-
you do lose armor, so it checks out, more or less.
Like, this thing comparatively is 215mm at the front.
But it doesn't move.
It does not move. And then I like that you go from the Conway to the Swing Fire.
They had a lot of interesting designs, the British.
Which you basically throw away the gun and replace it with Swing Fire ATGMs. Love it. Then we got the Conqueror over here, which has also made a deal with IS-3s. Love that. Speaking of which, I need to find what BR the IS-3 actually is. See, where's the IS-3?
Oh, the challenges.
7. Nice. So they have one of the two things that were made to fight this down here at 6.7. And the other one is over here at 7.7. I don't suppose they have one of the like funky looking objects at a high VR.
They should have some interesting I don't know if I don't think they added all of the Russians. I think they were planning to add more, but they stopped because there's so many of them.
Oh yeah, like there's so many.
I mean, the Chrysanthema, it's quite weird in itself. It's like a boat, basically.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Here you go, momentary. They actually have the T-64, unlike another game.
Oh, it's okay, Dustin.
Yeah. We're all good. I do appreciate that. Like I look over when I'm in between looking at these. Also, this is a 125. I just now realized that.
No, you need to explain me what the hell it's on the sides.
I don't know what the flaps are for. I'll be honest. I don't know what the flaps are for.
I mean, it goes at 42 miles, so it might be
Oh, HE protection.
HE protection from the front.
That makes sense. Probably for the tracks, to keep them from getting blown off.
Eh,
I see the idea behind it.
but I mean, it's just giving more places to hit. To be honest, like they look too thin to be able to protect from the HE. In my opinion, then it does depend on the caliber it's shooting.
Yeah. That is way different from what I expected that to be. Let's see. I also like that they have the T-55A over here. Yes, you 100 is right there. Nice.
Scandinavia. I'm Italian, Dustin.
Let me find
I
this.
can check Scandinavia off of the list. Nobody ever gets that I'm Italian. I don't know why. We call, well, I'm French, so they all guessed it. We called Spanish, Brazilian, Argentinian, African as well, and now Scandinavian. Oh,
And I have just started playing again, newly.
oh no, it's okay, Dustin. Don't worry.
Yeah.
My accent is a bit weird because I lived in Australia for a lot of time, so it's kind of mixed.
I'm not gonna lie. I love the gas. It's literally just they took some poor farmer's truck and put a gun in the back of it.
Yeah, they could have kept the rice actually. It could have been a bit more of extra protection.
This
A
is
couple of rice bags on the side.
early like Russian engineering here.
Well, yeah, it's Russian, so it's not rice; it's grain.
This one is
Apologize.
still probably my favorite because it's just 4 Maxim guns. It's literally just 4 7.62 Maxim guns in the back of a truck.
Yes.
And then they have all of the tank destroyers, which they built every single one of these. This is the thing that I find the most amusing about the Russian tanks, because most of these they actually built at least one of them.
Fun fact, Squid. It was so expensive that they only used assault rifles, and it didn't last long. They only spent 10,000 bullets. Then they lost the war.
I still love that. The Emu War is probably the most amusing bit of history.
Definitely. They also tried to use them for military purposes. It didn't go as expected.
I also just realized I'm trying to see if this is the correct
That's the fact.
height.
Look at the log. It's so beautiful. I love it.
I love seeing the actual one. I see videos every now and then from World of Tanks where they went to the museum in Kubinka, where they have this. I went through all the Germans, I think, as well. But I will stop at the verbal bin, just because we gotta take a look at it at least once.
Dustin, do you want me to say it in Italian?
I love this thing so much.
Oh yes, I love it. I love the whirlwind. It looks like a Dalit. There's no mistaking it.
It does.
So in Italian, it's Fabbrica Italiana Automobili Torino. But to be honest, I don't know the English translation.
That's fair. Oh yeah. Since we were talking about it earlier.
Oh yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it so
The
much.
Dicker
I'm so
Max.
sad. Yes, I'm so sad that I had to part from it. I love it. I've been having so much fun with this gun. I mean, it's just a gun, so I'm not gonna say thanks.
Yeah.
It's just a gun.
I like how eventually it just becomes the Stura meal.
There is a joke in Italian as well, which is try to translate it because I don't know how to put it properly. Oh, without the L. I messed up. And the German tanks are just I don't know, I've got
It-
it's just a cannon. Again.
Yeah,
the
it's
whole
just-
left side is just a cannon.
It's a cannon with two MG32s mounted to it.
Yes. That you actually finally have a couple to shoot trees or fences down. Because if you use HE with these, you're just gonna blow it on the fence.
Love
And it
that.
happened to me a couple of times.
And then I like the fact that they have the Steyr Waffenträger.
Oh yes. The Waffenwagen.
Yep.
German tanks look, most of them look just so good.
They do. Like they're over-engineered to hell, which led to them breaking down a lot and just being abandoned, but they look nice. Like this thing. I still like watching the videos of them moving the repaired Tiger 2s.
Oh, the Tiger, the Leopards as well. They look so beautiful.
Like, these things sound really good, the ones that they've repaired. Which makes sense. There's a big, like, nearly 1,000 horsepower Maybach engine in the back of this. Panthers. Ooh. This is the other
I love
one.
how they go from Panzer to Panther. It just goes forward and it changes.
The Kugelblitz. I love how it's the same like little 30mm auto cannon that's on the Panzer II.
Yes, but you have two. Just to make it
Exactly.
double.
And then before I go back to the tanks, been playing. Gotta show off the Leopard 2 A6.
Oh, of course you do. Let's look at it. Ah,
I still like how they essentially sold the tank production. They drove through a course with a stein of beer on the end of the barrel. I love that. It's the most German thing. So the Egg Panther? Oh yeah, that is right. They do have the Brumbar in this. Oh yeah. No, those two are very rare. Egg Panther's cool.
I'm just now unlocking. I'm halfway through for the Jagdpanzer 38. It just looks so good. And the E100 is in the game, but it's in the premium slot, which is still, like I said again, I'm so mad for it.
There's the Brumbar.
You mean the Roomba?
I just love how ridiculous it is. Also, the fact that a good portion of like early German premiums over here are just captured tanks, like the T-34 here, or my favorite captured tank that exists, which I wish a certain other tank game would make a premium out of this. This is clearly a German tank. Totally.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Look at the commander's hatch. You can tell it's German by that. I like that that's what they did when they captured this. They just slapped a Panzer commander's hatch on top.
Oh, I just now saw that they have a tag on the marketplace.
Ooh,
There's actually a lot of good tanks on the marketplace.
I keep forgetting to check that. However, before I forget.
Oh, actually, the E100 is not premium; it's on the marketplace.
Oh.
Oh, that makes things a little bit different.
I'm not gonna lie, I have a lot of love for the captured KV2 existing in this. One, because it's a KV2. Two, because it's a German KV2.
I just saw the VT1. What the fuck is this? Oh.
Exactly. I like how someone did that again on the War Thunder forums. This is the third time they've had to take stuff off of the forums because someone's divulged classified information about tanks. Why is it always War Thunder? Ugh. It's always War Thunder. Yeah, it's happened at least like 3 times on the War Thunder forums. They've had to remove stuff because someone posted classified information about tanks. Because they think certain tanks are not good enough in the game. So they post actual classified tank documents on the statistics of the tank. I have never seen that in like any other game, and I'm really curious as to
There
who
is a
thinks.
friend. Oh, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, you're good.
I was gonna say there's a friend of ours that works at Gaijin. First, he was working as a translator, then he became one of the. Basically, what he does is searches the blueprints and stuff. Mostly for he did mostly for most of the Italian tanks and ships.
Yeah.
And basically, what he did was cross checking if the statistics and information were right and accurate before they could then deploy the tanks in the game. And he actually came in TeamSpeak to us for I think it was a couple of weeks ago, and he started saying all that stuff. He almost got into trouble, even though it wasn't his fault. Like, he had nothing to do with it. He got caught in the crossfire
Oh,
because he knows a lot. Going around throwing classified information just because a tank in a game it's not as it's supposed to be. It's
that's that can get you in a lot of trouble. It can also get Gaijin in a lot of trouble.
and for just a stupid reason.
Yeah. Thankfully, they know how to handle it and get rid of it very quickly, and also profusely apologize to said military that came from. They've had to do that twice recently, and once before.
No, I read about the Minecraft military base as well.
That one was. See, if they would have removed it quietly and not said anything about it, no one would have known that it was accurate.
Yeah, exactly.
They kind of shot themselves in the foot, metaphorically speaking, by doing that.
Are we sure it was only metaphorically?
Yes. For legal reasons, metaphorically.
Exactly, for legal reasons.
For legal reasons, this is a joke.
My lawyer said I couldn't disclose any more than this.
Yes,
Sorry?
exactly. It's like, due to particular things that may or may not involve my occupation. Legally, this is a joke. Stares ominously at John Twitch.
Yes, Twitch, those are all jokes. Don't take us seriously.
Exactly.
Especially since I don't know anything about tanks or, US military bases.
Yeah. And all that I know about tanks is stuff that has been declassified for years.
Oh yeah, of course I spawn and yeah, T26 has to bump me. Oh my god,
The T26s are everywhere.
I could not believe this.
Uh, also double check the time. Although, like today, I can go longer. Cause
Yes,
Sunday,
let me know when you're tired and you want to stop.
I am also like technically preparing myself for something in the future. I can let that information out now. Cause I am planning around my birthday to do at least like a 12-hour. Why? Because I think it'll be fun.
Glow sticks at already every single. Oh my god.
Ow.
No, I've got a 20mm. I'm not gonna
Ow.
do anything with my machine gun on this guy.
And to answer your question there, Squid, my birthday is the 1st of August.
Ooh.
So I'm thinking
Ah.
about starting at like midnight on, well, I guess it would be the very first like minute of August and like going until like noon my time. Depending on how things go.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Welcome back, Clef.
Come back, what?
My Clef's back. Hopefully after some good food.
The same T26 that bumped me is now helping me. I'm just gonna forgive this guy. And it's both.
Good to hear, Clef.
No, he's making fun of me. I'm just gonna leave. He keeps stopping the repair. Might as well die.
Might as well. I feel that. I also think I'm driving over a part of the map that has no texture, or the textures are all wonky on it. That's okay. I don't need textures where I'm going.
Oh my god. Isn't. Oh, it's. No, maybe it's oil. No, that's supposed to be water. Never mind.
Oh.
And the T28. Hello, Russian.
Oh. Hello. Oh, there's 2 tanks there. What?
I managed to destroy the machine gun. Huh?
Someone want to explain to me why I just shot the that light tank with a 150mm shell, and there we go.
He's still alive?
Yeah, he ate the first shell and didn't die.
Maybe he was hungry.
I guess so.
Did it thank you for the food?
It did not. It was very rude.
No, it's no bueno.
I need to,
How am I
drive-
still alive in this thing?
I don't know. The same reason I'm still alive, I would imagine.
Yes, but I'm driving the M2A2 off destroyed.
I'm driving this thing without a transmission right now. Which I think I should probably repair. Just probably. And you'd be surprised, Newly. Oh yeah, I have been dying a lot to things that I don't see.
Am I helping?
I think you're repairing yourself.
What?
think you are repairing yourself.
Allied forces have captured the zone.
I don't know. I give up.
Yeah. You know, we'll write that one down as a success, and
Let's just call it a day.
yeah. Oh, we
The
help
crew
each
members
other.
are confused. Yeah.
Okay, that. It was not super clear on that, but you know,
Do
well,
not put it out of context.
I mean, there's been plenty of more things that have been out of context this stream. Like, oh look, my dead body.
I shot the right hole.
What is that SU behind?
Yeah, I think the water is bugged for me as well.
Never.
I think the map just didn't load for anybody.
Fair.
And I'm still wondering how am I alive.
I don't know, but we'll take it. We have full map control right now somehow.
Wanna die? Come on. Wanna change vehicles?
Fair. The only question I have is where their team actually is right now. Oh, I see
I'm
one.
trying to shoot an H-39, but
That one?
yes.
Oh, I saw it for a second.
Because I cannot even break walls with this thing. I can. Oh, okay.
Never mind. He's very dead.
Yeah. And I'm not, which I'm still upset about. Weirdly enough.
I don't have enough power to break this pipe. There we go.
5 assist 3. Okay. I'll take it.
And we won.
I cannot believe it. I never died. I cannot believe it. I kept throwing myself in danger.
I died immediately, and then everything else died on the other side. That was an odd one.
Yeah, sometimes you get the weird matches.
We are indeed playing arcade. Oh hey! I have an AA gun now.
I'm unlocking the anti-air as well. Actually, let me take the AP for this little guy, which I'm not gonna do much part. Actually, the AP or the PI? Yeah, AP is good enough. I'm not gonna do too much regardless.
I unlock here.
Oh, it's not even a 20 millimeters. It's a 12 millimeter gun. Okay.
Ooh.
How did I get kills? I have no idea.
Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good night.
Nice, Mike. Actually, I thought we were gonna stop around midnight, and it's 2 a.m. I didn't realize it.
That's how it is with me, honestly. I
Oh,
forget what
it's-
time it is.
Oh, I mean, I'm the same. Like I said, last time I checked, it was 11. So
Fair. Last time I checked, it was like 4. It is now 7 p.m. This has also been the longest stream I've done in a little bit.
as long as you're not straining yourself too much and you're enjoying
Yeah.
games, I'm okay.
Realistically speaking, I should probably do one and then call it.
Oh, it's up to you.
Yeah. Just gotta do a new vehicle. Why not?
Vehicle.
Made it up to 1.3 in all three of these. They're starting
Well,
at like
really?
nothing.
Are we really gonna call it a vehicle?
I mean, it's a truck with a gun in the back of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. It's a vehicle.
Like I can't call it a tank. I can call it a vehicle.
Should I use the HE shell or an M66? Decision. Ooh, it looks good though. The turret doesn't really move. Okay. Actually, I forgot to ask. A or C?
I kind of want to go to C.
Okay.
Something is drawing me towards C. Yeah, this is why I'm in arcade. Partially because I don't have the patience.
Oh, I don't have the patience either. But when I play veteran, I always rush, and it works.
Fair.
20% of the times, every time.
20% of the time it works every time. That is a quote that is going to continue to give. I love it.
I'm glad you got the reference.
Love that.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
It's my strategies.
Somebody's trying to shoot me, but I think they need glasses.
We no longer have the advantage.
No, I do sometimes. Trying to
I
find
should put
stuff
mine
here.
as well. I should put mine as well, but I don't wanna. I mean, to be honest, Dustin, playing a veteran in aggressive mode in an aggressive way, can pay off a lot. Depending on the map, of course.
Yeah. Calculated aggression.
I place myself with the Stug G, the Stug 3G, yes, the Stug 3G, in the middle of the map. At the beginning, I stayed there for 15 minutes, I got like 70 kills, nobody found me. Because everybody goes extremely slowly because they're afraid that, they're gonna get seen.
It's like
I was exactly in the middle of the field. I wasn't hidden, but I was the same color of the grass.
love that.
Then they saw me and, well, we lost the match anyway.
Fair. Like one of the things that I like to say, I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
Yes. There's no point in wasting. Oh, well, no point. It's gone. It came out wrong.
Yeah.
I'd rather have fun and spend 5-10 minutes and then get on the next match instead of spending maybe 15-10 minutes finding the right position and then dying because a random shell.
Exactly.
The enemy has most of the strategic zones.
I want to shoot somebody. Come on.
There's something on its way.
I want to see if the chief is good enough.
Allied forces
The answer is yes. Okay. Ah, but he shot down my. Of course, he shot down my trucks. He got me to move.
Gonna get away from the artillery fire there.
And I need your help if you want. If you've got the possibility, because. No, never mind.
Okay. Artillery.
Yeah, random artillery strike because why not? Cancel.
As you do.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Oh, I got the one that fired the artillery.
Nice.
Oh my god, that's a lot of planes.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I hope they ignore me. There's an awful lot of explosions going on around me. Also a little surprised that I'm alive right now. That is not a good sound.
It's... That was a bomber.
That was a bomb. Oh god!
Oh shit!
There was another bomb.
I just saw it in front of you. No, you exploded.
I was like, oh, well that was close. And then I looked to my right and there was another one right on the cliffside. Like, oh. Okay.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy.
I got the boat down, somehow. And now the plane is coming with the bombs as well. You really want me dead, huh?
Did happen.
Mm,
Oh, I hear bombs around me.
no.
Well, that's unfortunate.
It's time to take the last guy. Oh.
That was the MG.
Oh, that's the one that I was using right now. Yeah, you're so soft. Come on, I just spawned. Leave me alone, please. This squad, really? How? What? Okay.
Oh, that one went went south real quick.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, C was in south.
Yeah. Overall, I would say that was some pretty good progress.
Yeah, we actually did quite a lot.
Oh yeah,
Wasn't bad.
now I have an AA gun.
I will have mine soon enough, I think. So I'll keep those. Like, are we planning to play together again or not? Just to make sure if I keep those aside or. Because
Uh,
usually I play Germans anyway.
yeah, fair. Probably. I will probably play more of this. Also, now that I have the Discord up, I will probably be hanging out in there every now and then.
You can, yeah, you can let me know if you want. We can play a couple of matches together, even if it's offline.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like I will do like a few things in there offline. I will off stream, I guess is probably the better way to put it. So I have an idea. Since we have reached the point where I should probably call stream at night.
Okay.
I see somebody is live. I haven't rated in a little bit.
There's so many people live.
There is so many people alive. Also, I have a command now. Let's see if it works. It works.
It does. Nice.
So, what we're gonna do is tonight we're gonna raid Mooney. I just gotta make sure they spell the channel name correctly, because Twitch is not case sensitive, but it does not like grammatical errors.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So yeah, thank you everybody for stopping in. Appreciate it, and thank you Crimson for joining me. It's fun.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah. And I will see you again Tuesday for Trial Tuesdays.
Mm,
Yeah, as
Have you
always,
decided yet?
yeah. I'm going to be
Nice.
playing Citizen Sleeper, as recommended by Paul.
Oh yes, I think you saw. You said that.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. Give Mooney some love, and I'll see you all Tuesday.
Bye bye.